Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patreons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Colton James, BG, Survive the Spin, FE Patriot, Steve, On the Level, Thomas van der Zander, Gary Hughes, Measured Flat, Chris Wouters, Sensual Goat, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, the name's Burley, Twodwazzle, Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, Flat Earth Travolta, JMals24, Unamento, Iron26, M, Endless, Golden McKinnon, Retro Bill, Level Plain Poem, Michael Kahn, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Mel B. Styles, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W., Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Chow Yun Cat, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand across to whoever is in the Politics Flat Earth Debate 24/7 Discord server, get the name right, and my G Plus panel, so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
Exactly. So, and also, and let's not forget the others. So, of course, Judaism as well, Hinduism, Buddhism, they're all geocentric in terms of their symbology, their scriptures, their depictions of the world, and their various quotes from their text all suggest geocentrism. All of them.
Because those people don't read the scriptures, they just follow what they hear about the religion, what they told them about the religion. So they never understood the scripture. They don't know if the scripture tells them that the earth is flat or not, because they never read that. They just get the information that those people give them as an interpretation for those scriptures.
Yeah. Could just like skim over it and interpret it as a heliocentric concept. Like, for example, there's lots of Christians now who are globe earthers, but they're calling themselves Christians, reading Genesis, saying firmament out loud, reading Joshua, and the sun is moving, then it's not moving. They're reading over that, thinking, oh, yeah, it's just like they didn't have telescopes, you know. Oh, I know. Back then, they didn't have telescopes back then.
Yeah, but if you have that thing, that possibility in the Bible, you have to know that in the Quran they have many verses that explicitly tells them that, for example, he who made the earth for you as a carpet, he who spread the earth out for you.
I understand, but the Quran also is geocentric, has lots of geocentric references. I agree with you. But many Muslims will say, no, it's a globe, and these are just misinterpretations that you're giving. This imam says this, and he says it's a globe, so this is interpreted this way and that way. And any verse you provide will just be explained or deflected in some way to then say, look, it's a globe. And in fact, they'll say the Muslims were the first. If you listen to Muhammad Hijab, right, he will tell you the Muslims were the first to say it was a globe. We were the first to discover it. There's Christians who were bumfucks without telescopes, but it was the Muslims who discovered it first. He says that's what they'll tell you.
Yeah, brother, trust me, you repeated that exactly as they say it, and I hear it from them every time, all the time.
Yeah, you see, someone who can read the same text can come out of it thinking, wow, that's proof of geocentrism, and another one will read it and go, wow, that's proof of heliocentrism. The same words in the same text, assuming they weren't changed. Forget about that. Let's not even delve down that road right now. The text is as it was for always. The text is great, right? Well, the same words are getting interpreted two different ways in the same moment right now, today. There's a bunch of Muslims who are globe earthers, a bunch of Muslims who are flat earthers, geocentrists. So there's it is what it is. There's split, just like Christians, just like all the other religions too. Because a bunch of people have run off and drunken the Kool-Aid given by NASA, bro, and modern science. They've drunk the Kool-Aid on that. You see. while
Yeah,
believing in religion, by the way.
I agree with you.
Yeah, by the way, which kind of what is it when you worship multiple gods? When you worship multiple idols? You know, when you take
Polytheism.
multiple systems of when you accept multiple systems of reality and what caused it and how things work around you. Well, technically, what's that called? In Islam, it's called shirk, I think. In Christianity, it would be called blasphemy or what, or like
Yeah,
transgression, sin, or
yeah, shirk, disbelief, those things.
yeah, because if a Muslim accepts NASA, then he must have rejected something in the Quran because the Quran never talks about galaxies or space or vacuums or asteroid belts or black holes or gravity. He never talks about any of that. I never accepted all of that. Where's that coming from? Well, it's coming from a rival god, a rival reality provider called government and NASA. So that's their god then. That's their prophet. Their prophet is the government then from the word of God. They're accepting that now.
Yeah,
The word of reality.
since I turned flat earther, I started questioning everything, even religion, and I started questioning my own religion because I was raised in that Islamic tradition, but I followed it blindly, the mainstream Islam. So what I found is that, you believe in the creator of this reality. You try to do good all around you. You do good with the people around you. You do good with the nature, and you try to be a good person. And you believe that there will be a day of judgment where you will be judged upon your choices here on this reality. If you have made the good choices, you will be rewarded for that. If you did the wrong choices, you will be punished for that. That's the main thing for me.
I understand, but the big question is, in accordance with what rules are you going to be punished, and by who, and when, and all these other questions are going to pop out immediately afterwards. You see, because it's important. All those are contextual. Context is king, as they say. You see.
Uh, The one who have the ability, who can punish me, is the one who created me.
Right, that's fine. That's fine. But on what grounds will you be punished, and what's right and wrong? It's precisely. Have you got the right version? You sure?
I'll give you an example. Imagine two people, one living just as you understand it, as you understand heaven, and you understand hell. So imagine two people, one living in heaven, eternally in heaven, one living eternally in hell. So imagine those two paradigms. They are opposite to each other. One is the positivity itself, where you have no lies, no hatred, no killing, no stealing, no nothing bad. And the other place will be just the negativity itself. So you want to represent where you want to go. You want to represent someone living in heaven. So you want to do good all around you. You don't want to lie. You don't want to steal. You don't want to do any bad kill. You don't want to harm the freedom of the others. You are free. You are free. Just the only limit is just you can't harm or alternate the freedom of the others. That's the only thing.
I understand. I agree with you. Yeah. You're talking about the law of sovereignty, sir. The violation of sovereignty.
Yeah, you're completely free. The only limit that you have, you don't harm others, you don't destroy or
But notice, sir, you mentioned there's a heaven and hell, so I assume you've accepted at least one of the Abrahamic books as truth. Look,
not just one. I'm not denying any one of them.
you think they're all true?
I'm not denying. I can't say that they are fake. They talk about the creator of this world. So I'm not saying I can't tell. There is
No,
different
but they all say different
interpretations.
things, sir. But they all say
Different.
different things.
Yeah, they say different things. That's why I'm not going deep in the details. I picked what is just the common thing in on them. You believe
All
in
right. And what about the
creation.
other religions? What about the religions outside of those three? What about those? Did you go through them when you
Also,
picked your favorite bits? of the three.
Also Hinduism called to the same exact thing for Kundalini chakra. You have to just grow those 7 chakras, which is in Christianity the 7 virtues of heaven, which is existing also in the Quran and Islamic traditions. Those 7 virtues of heaven, you just want to grow them, and if you change them with the opposite, which is the 7 deadly sins, yeah, that's the wrong path. That's the bad path. That's the evil. They have that common thing. In all of them, they have a common thing, which is being good. And
I know, hold on, but the definition of good and bad are different in all of them.
have you ever seen the Kundalini chakras, the 7 chakras?
I understand that the esoteric concept and the theory behind it, and in the body, how it applies to the bodies and the stars and all the rest of it, right? That's
Nice.
fine.
So those 7 chakras are the 7 virtues of heaven. You know what are the 7 virtues of heaven?
I understand, but that's just an analog. That's just like a narrative provided from, let's say, the Christian tradition, right?
Yeah, but the narrative, that narrative is exists also in the
I understand.
that Hinduism.
I understand, but the nature of right and wrong, specifically of human behavior, moral action versus immoral action, the nature of those two different things, moral and immoral behavior, each of those religions has a different prescription for what's right and wrong. Each one of those religions. Some stuff overlaps, no doubt. Some stuff overlaps, like don't steal, don't rape, don't violate, punch people for no reason. I get it. But some stuff is very different. You could die for example, in some of those traditions, you could die for looking at another woman the wrong way.
I'm really sorry to do this to you guys. I'm so sorry.
With another woman without prior authorization from your local tribesman or local.
I'm really sorry to interject. Maybe this would be better served in the religious part of the server. I mean, I thought at some point it might segue back onto flat Earth, but it hasn't. No offense. I love the conversation. I'm really.
We'll go back to talking about flat Earth, but I mean, the bottom line is all the
Nathan, go ahead. We were waiting.
But they have the same. But they have the same prescription for the geocentrism and flat Earth. That's the funny thing.
Yo, Nathan, I was waiting. They told me yesterday that you will make a show today. So we will just discuss, and it's not a topic of debate on anything.
It's a fascinating conversation. I've really enjoyed it. And you've been really polite to each other. But I just know from past experience, although I'm a guest here, I just know that they like the rules of the room to sort of remain intact. And if the discussion does veer off into politics, religion, one of the other subcategories, I'm not saying it's not a good conversation. It's just not best served in the flat Earth room. If it were my server, I'd have just let that fly. It would just continue. I just don't want one of the mods. I don't know if they're around even. There may not be any mods in here yet. I don't know, but I just don't want them to step in.
No, we're
No worry, brother.
We're just waiting, filling in time, waiting for you to arrive, Nathan. Sorry, I didn't see you before.
Yeah, hopefully I haven't just caused stony silence by drawing a close to a religious discussion and debate. Because it was originally flat Earth, or geocentric at the very least, related. So I thought, yeah, this is definitely going to hopefully get back on the tracks.
It briefly got sidetracked there, but we were talking about how the religions actually all agree that the Earth's flat and geocentric. All of the religions actually have that cosmology. And then they just got veered off onto morality quickly.
Indeedy.
How are you, Nathan and crew? How is everyone this week?
Got toothache.
Hope that the level didn't curve yet.
One more time.
I hope that the level didn't curve yet. Some globals are waiting for it to curve.
Oh, waiting for it to curve.
For the level to curve. They are waiting for the level to curve.
That's not going to happen. We are at the stage if you want to call it a debate, where they have to violate an axiom to maintain their globe presupposition. That is to say, they do have to do exactly what you've just said. bend horizontal, bend level. Violate the principle that would describe that curving from, that'd be level. So yeah, it's an interesting time. Anything else I can tell you? Wife's just gone to pick up the car. It's got 2 new, by new I mean second-hand from eBay, headlights going into it today. Very exciting stuff.
It's always good to get your car repaired and fixed and back on the road. Mine's been off for 2 weeks getting hail damage fixed. Get it Monday.
Cool.
It's painful without a car.
Very. Well, as I say, my wife's walking down, which, hold on 1 second. You want me to put YouTube on for you? Subsequently, I'm looking after the kids for the next, I don't know, 45 minutes till my wife gets back with the car. Hopefully she's back before we go live. There you go. You're welcome. Bye-bye. Yeah, I came in yesterday. Did you know, AJ? I got the days wrong.
No, I didn't know.
Yeah, I came in and I'm like, man, it's awfully quiet here today. I just hung around. Eventually, I think Refracted Curvature joined the G Plus Hangout. There was a discussion with someone, and then someone happened to note, I thought you were coming tomorrow. I'm like, nah, I'm always there on a Friday. And it's like, it's not Friday, it's Thursday. I'm like, oh, okay.
It was tied up yesterday. I wasn't even in here yesterday at all.
Don't worry,
And I've
Nathan.
been doing it.
Kanye East was still crying this afternoon.
Yeah, Carney East ended up in a tete-a-tete with me.
Yep. Apparently he got teabagged.
I mean, I've got to try and get control of that because it's hypocritical to the highest extent when I'm telling my audience when I go live, please don't swear. And then just like in my pre-show, just before that, I'm swearing and getting angry with him because he's calling me a liar and interrupting me constantly. And, you know, I've just got toothache and it's all I can think about. So when I'm trying to explain something, it's 10 times as irritating. So it quickly results into you're a stupid idiot with a lot of swear words attached in that sentence with here's my example of why you're a stupid idiot. Again, with a lot of swearing in it. Hopefully I'll not do that
don't feel
today.
bad. He's a pest.
Well, 24/7's also moved into X now, so they've been a few guys here and been doing some. Miggy's been running it, or Alpha, doing some X Spaces live. We get some interesting characters in there as well.
Very cool. Can we get in on that action?
Yeah, and just from the discussions, I've been getting all these messages from all these Globers over there on X, and actually Will Duffy ended up being one of them. And I called him out and tried to get him in the space, and he wouldn't come in.
Shocking. Again, I mean, I'm all for that. Brilliant. It's really nice to hear that this server's like doing things to expand their tentacles out into the great unknown. Wonderful. But yeah, if we can get in on that action, that'd be blinding. Really good. Obviously, in the meantime, we'll just keep doing what we're doing. But if Flat Earth debate can be incorporated into 24/7 Flat Earth politics servers, in, you know, endeavours on X, then marvellous. I'm all for it.
Yeah, it gets quite busy over there. You got to wait a while though. Like it takes sometimes a while for the room to fill up, but once they start coming in, yeah, we're going back 10 years in the argument again.
That's not so good.
We don't really get the anti-flat earthers, but well, the other problem on X as well is we've been calling them the esoterical flat earthers. There's a lot of those guys over there that, you know, love the ether and giving explanations about outer ponds and Admiral Byrd and
This is
all
the
these
angle,
different
AJ.
things.
This this has got to be the angle, right? Where we've not necessarily succeeded in getting a stage, as they call it. Maybe instead, if we say, look, you're branching into X.
Well, but you know when they say, "Oh, she had cancer in her breasts and then it travelled to her lungs."
Someone in my G Plus hot mic.
Get this straight.
Hold on.
A cancer that attacked breast tissue, muscle. Now,
as he's detailing someone else's medical condition, I think I'll pop him on mute.
sorry.
It's all right. I really wanted to hear them more about that breast cancer situation, but nevertheless.
No, you can't hear that.
You joined off mute.
I can't believe you joined off mute. I'm like, what are you doing?
Anyway, we're in politics today, so we're guests here. We've got to kind of temper our behaviour. Hello, Craig.
Wow, you have a wonderful voice. I just have to say that. Thank you.
I'm also very handsome.
I believe it. Hey.
Oh, I thought she was talking about.
I'm going to get a coffee. We're going live in about 10, 15... No. What time is it? My watch is still broken. No, it is correct. We're going live in about half an hour. Craig, can you just pop yourself on mute? So all I ask, although I'll probably break this rule between now and then, is that you don't swear when we're live. So ideally, when we're going out to a live audience, just keep it PG. If you don't, you're not immediately going to get removed, but by the same token, you'll get a note from one of the mods or me. Anyway, I'm going to get a coffee. That's basically the only rule. I have got a whole preamble, but I'll do that when we go live.
No worries, mate. I'm on mute.
And thank you for the compliment, whoever that was. And I'm not joking. I am very handsome.
In an Uncle Fester type of way.
Yo, Grizzly, I sent you something in the side chat.
And she's trying to globe, and I'm just sitting there like thinking, is this the real Tiffany Star, or is this just a person that's not that's a fake, a LARP? And then I started thinking, like, is this the real Tiffany Star, and like what kind of reception did she think she was gonna get? And then she's just glowing. And it's just so weird to think about this person who has more eyes on them than probably any of us will ever have our eyes on us. And they're just sitting there being the most typical glober. They're just trying to justify this fantasy, and it just is getting more and more pathetic. And it was pretty cool. And I thought we should talk about it, and nobody wants to talk about it yet.
Dude, I think I met that woman, Tiffany Star. I think I met that woman. Yeah.
Yesterday,
I don't even know who it is.
Here.
Anyone else know Tiffany Star? I don't know who it is.
I know the name.
She's not really worthy of memory, to be honest with you guys. I'm actually ashamed I've remembered. It is good.
I'm not ashamed to admit that, porn is a thing, and I kind of like that thing.
Well, I'm glad I don't know then.
I'm just imagine
So you figured out
imagine a
that it's
basketball
the
player.
same person?
Say what now?
You figured out it's the same person or what? Is that what you're
No, I
saying?
don't know if it's the same person, but I mean, she was pretty self-promoting, and I would expect that the drunkenness helped, and I expect the election helped, and I think it was just a big storm, and I think it was just it was an anomaly, and I think it should be checked out. Because what if it was someone else that wasn't the biggest star of their arena or whatever, but a pretty big star in their arena? You know, it's her profession, not mine. But I'm trying to imagine like a football star, a basketball star, a baseball star. You know what I mean? They come in and they're just another one. They're just another freaking statistic for us to flat smack. It's amazing to think about.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's the start of something. Not porny, but out but like expanding, like the reach is out there into every, because globe crosses into everything. So it makes sense that flat would eventually be there to block them from, to give that cog dis, to give that little change. Because I mean, that's all it takes is at first it's a pain, and then it's calm, and then it's pretty funny. Like Globe is hilarious now.
It's hilarious when someone's detailing it to you. I'm kind of indifferent to it now. I don't really give it much thought.
I just thought it should be talked about, to be completely honest. I'll be the one.
Did you want to add something, Tactical Droid?
I just said, I'll be your Huckleberry.
Okay.
Well, sounds like I missed all the fun yesterday.
I mean, she was just drunk, and she was just trying to like validate herself. You know what I mean? Like any would Glover would. Like, you're dumb because you think it's flat. It's just that easy. Everybody thinks that, and for other people who aren't in our little part to see that from the span of like, I've seen you in other places, that means something to me.
So you what? I don't get it.
Exposure, I guess, is the point.
But what does it matter if a woman that sells her body on the internet knows if you have this or that? Like, I mean, as far as I know, these people are not really like talking to a broad. Or do you think she would talk about flat Earth in her videos?
It's not the woman or the profession particularly. It really isn't. That's not the point. The point is
So
is that I like, outside of what Professor Peterson or Danny, and Faulkner, who the hell, like, what celebrity type people come around here?
so imagine she would talk about flat Earth in her profession. How would that video look like?
Tell me the Earth's flat, Daddy. Tell me it's flat.
I've done that search. There's nothing good.
Uh, golly, we gotta change the topic. I think.
Well, all I think he's driving at is that regardless of the field, she's a person of influence. And she's
Yes.
taken it upon herself to come into this arena, regardless of our useless as a globe believer, anti-flat earther, or flat earther for that matter. If she came in going, yeah, it's flat. Oh, here we go. Roll our eyes. What you call esoteric flat earth is going to tell us about the bleeding ice wall. But it's a person of influence. It doesn't matter what arena. And it's just saying it's intriguing that somebody who's in a position to have many eyes on her has come in to tell us that we're stupid and we're, you know, defying her belief in the globe that she's retained, regardless of a profession. It wouldn't matter if she was a plumber. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, if she would use her audience, how would you?
It is amusing. I get it.
The video of your profession.
No, I get it. It's amusing. It's less amusing if someone who comes along is a random profession on YouTube and they're making loads of money from making epoxy tables or doing plumbing, and they happen to have 500,000 people watching them or 1 million people watching. Well, again, you'd have the same reaction from Adam, I would assume, which is it's just interesting that this person of influence, regardless of it being epoxy tables, is here telling us that Earth can't be what flat earthers say, anti-flat earther, or Earth is flat, or Earth is a globe. You should be like, oh, okay, that's interesting.
Mm.
It's hard to talk about, like, without trying to be like, oh, I'm not a friggin' pervert the entire time, but at the same time, yes, that's exactly it. It's a big exposure, and it's a big, like, if somebody else followed her in here, and then all of a sudden we have a new flirt. It's just that easy. Even one matters. You know, I think I matter.
I think we already have enough wankers in this subject, though, to be perfectly honest.
Anyways, I'm not laughing about you, by the way. I'm just laughing about the idea of how the subject would be propagated.
Again, I've done that search. I haven't found anything fun yet.
Yeah, I reckon Harp's got a good point here. It was probably just a troll. It was probably actually eggshells with a voice changer.
So be it.
Well, I don't know, because I have seen that woman in the election politics channel down there speaking. So, but anyways, what is important is that people understand what the Earth is, and that it presents itself to be a topographical planar surface. It doesn't need me or anybody else to quote or state the obvious. The Earth is what it is, and the only problem is that there's people out there who just don't want to accept for what it is presenting itself to be. Very simple.
Yeah. They want to go beyond the actual measurements into their globe belief. And no, you're right, it's no big deal. Earth's always been that way. It's always been referenced and measured that way. It's been charted and mapped that way. We sail on it and fly over it that way. We build on it that way. That's how Earth is. So nothing's going to change if you come to the realization that on top of that functionality of Earth being flat, there's a globe built on that. Well, that's your belief and you're entitled to it.
Exactly. See, the thing is, it's just very simple, right? I see the Earth presenting to be something, right? It's presenting to be a specific thing. And if it presents itself obvious to be a flat horizontal topographic plane, and just not even talking about that it scans this way, so it doesn't even present it with modern technology like LiDAR scanning from aircrafts, airplanes, you can actually scan the planar surface and you will see a planar surface as topography. Anyways, everything kind of points to topographical plane. So if then someone comes and says, I'm going to deny the most obvious observation and utilization of that planar surface, I'm on Vogue, it's the complete opposite. And this, in this case, the globe, the heliocentric code belief system would be the opposite. Then I'm just simply saying, without any emotions, just an objective intellectual, I say, if that is so, please provide a substantial evidence that goes in a complete contrary to what it is presenting itself to be currently. And then I would be open to look at that.
But that's kind of confrontational, though, Clay. That's kind of confrontational. Why not go the other way? Which is to say, obviously, first and foremost, as you've already said, yeah, you're entitled to your belief. But just demonstrate to them where their belief is based in the measurements of Earth in the first instance. For example, deriving a radial value to infer sphericity requires a flat plane of reference to measure. So if you can point out the origins of their globe belief, and then, again, reiterate, it's no big deal. Earth's always been measured this way. Even if you take those flat Earth measurements and turn them into a globe, it's still measured that way in the first instance, so nothing changes. So you're leaning on the, what difference does it make, guy? What difference? I've got to go to work tomorrow. Well, it doesn't make any difference. It was always flat.
Right. That makes sense, yeah. I think that's even the better approach, to be honest.
That's what I'm
Because
going through in 2025
them-
doing. That's my plan for next year, whether or not we'll be doing it in 24/7. This year, all I've been here for the whole year almost now in this server on a Friday is saying Earth's measured flat, Earth's measured flat, Earth's measured flat. In 2025, my rhetorical devices will be slightly refined, as they always get, and that'll be to say, it's no big deal. It's not that serious. It always was flat. To just, to get away from this idea that we have to fight against the globalist belief that he's actually standing on a surface that's only imaginary and created with measurements of the flat surface. So it's no big deal. It always was flat. Even your globe came from that measurement of a flat Earth. So it's kind of expanding on that idea that I've come to this server to distill in flat earthers, or, as the case often is, debate with globers.
Right. Yeah,
Well, I'd
that's
say
exactly
at this point, Nathan, it's not even a debate anymore, is it?
Exactly.
It's only a debate if you want to go off and run into the weeds about other esoteric beliefs.
Hearing you say it means my job here has been satisfied. The whole purpose of coming here is to take people off that idea that there's a debate to be had. The measurements are flat. That's it. That's the end of the story here.
Exactly. See, what is important to me is they need to realize that the very roots of these Greek philosophers looking at the sky and then making baseless assumptions within their mind of philosophy about the sky and then applying it automatically to the ground, that you need to understand that in 2024 there is no second verification that this applied mathematics derived from sky observation, which is the sky religion that it is, in fact, has been certified by directly measuring the supposed bendy surface 360 degrees in every direction. So if there's no second verification or validation, then it's nothing more than a reification fallacy. Because in 2024, the only way you prove to me that it's a ball, you use the same philosophical aspects like the Greeks did. You look at the sky, you reference the sky, therefore you try to prove a concept derived from the sky by again using the very origin where it derived from as a proof. And that is fallacious. That is like the core
What is that
of
origin?
Fallacious thinking.
When you say they measure the sky, what do they measure it with respect to? A flat plane.
Indeed. That is even the worst thing about it.
Yeah, they need a flat plane more than we do. All of their origins for their belief in a globe come from those measurements. What I would declare, or have been declaring in the last year at least, is that everybody, us, them, anybody who's measuring Earth, will measure it flat. The Greeks all knew that.
Right. See, this is the point that is so baffling to me. You have something that is so obvious, such as celestial observation or celestial navigation, and it literally shows you, even in the mathematics, you gotta assume a horizontal reference point, and you gotta
Not assume
a planar
slight
surface.
adaptation to your terms. Sorry, it's not assume, it's measure.
Oh, measure. Yeah, sorry. Measure. Yeah. So you utilize the Earth as being a topographical stationary planar surface on water or land, right?
Yeah.
But you insert your cultish belief that is actually the opposite. So even within their own mathematics of heliocentrism, they destroy their own paradigm by utilizing the Earth for what it is, but then further after that go into denialism and claim it's actually the opposite. And this is how every paper of geodetic surveying, every paper of, we had this weather guy in here who was also a flat earther now, who taught us some cool things, interesting things about how they make the weather, how they predict it, how they use a flat-based model actually for predicting the weather these days. And they put a balloon up every day. Anyways, this guy also realized that it's just reading between the lines, and there's literally nothing that provides foundational evidence for spinning wood into the space for flying for never explaining what of darkness. It just simply doesn't exist.
No, what does exist is flat plane measurements. So yeah, it's absolutely correct. Your first summary was absolutely spot on. It's a reification after the fact, because the mathematics that work for heliocentrism, number one, work from the center of the globe on a flat plane anyway for it to function at all. It's on a plane moving in an orbit with you describing the orbital motion from the center of the globe on an equatorial plane. So it always must necessitate the use of a flat plane, even when you put it into spherical globe-shaped map with an orbit around the sun. You're still describing that orbit with respect to the flat plane of reference inside the globe. It's all flat. So when they say it works, you're like, yeah, well, okay, for 10 years, every flat earther's whistled past the fact that the globe necessitates flat plane origins to put it into practice mathematically. Therefore, to suggest that you're standing on the surface of that mathematical invention is simply reification, as you described initially. Absolutely correct. But to then suggest that you can get it to function from the globe surface is erroneous. You can't. There is no globe surface beyond the maths. And when you do functionally put anything heliocentric into practical application, you're doing it from hell in the globe on a plane.
Exactly.
In, not on.
As soon as it comes to utilization of Earth, you come to the fact that it is a topographical planar surface. It's the same with practical utilization of maps. As soon as you want to use a map practically, all what you're gonna have is a planar grid system. You zoom onto the globe religious code Google Earth model, you zoom in, and as soon as you want to use it practically and utilize it practically, obviously, you're gonna be met with a planar grid system.
Yep.
And this is for every map that is being used for real purpose, to give it a purpose in the first place.
Absolutely
That's
correct.
So funny.
It was the first thing we spotted before, like 6 years ago, before we were anywhere near the rhetoric of telling people that Earth was measured flat. We were drawing out elevation profiles in Google Earth, and they're completely flat. They show how Earth is measured. If you're going to trust Google and their mapping, then you must accept and understand that it is flat. Because it is. Now, when you use Google Earth Pro and you're drawing out elevation profiles to put things on the surface of Earth, you're doing it with respect to a plane of reference for the entire surface of Earth.
Oh, brother, surely it is Google Map. It is flat. When you take, you turn on Unreal Engine 5 and you plug in Google Map, it will just throw it on a flat plane.
Yeah.
On a 3D, you will just see everything in 3D. You will see the buildings in 3D. You will see the mountains, the elevation profile, the topography in 3D. That's just Google Map on a plane.
Yeah.
Except for the ocean that stays flat.
Sure, it hasn't got any waves on it, but the point is that it has to, because everything in terms of elevation is described with respect to a plane of reference. In this regard, with mapping, it's sea level. So you can't describe it any other way. Unreal Engine can't render it and have an axiom of horizontal work if you bend it. Nothing works anymore. Therefore, the programming cannot function any other way other than to describe things with respect to horizontal. Now, when they have a globe belief, horizontal bends at the end of the discussion or perceived debate. It violates the axiom that the principle the computer program is based on cannot violate. So
yeah, can't even simulate a fucking globe, water on a globe.
Nathan, just as a quick side note for maybe future videos or whatnot, if you have never talked about this topic, I would love for you to look into, if you haven't already, into the vertical situation display created by Boeing. It literally shows the vertical topography of the planar Earth surface up to 640 nautical miles. And it's just a sliced, it is a sliced 2D topographical view that the pilot can use in a cockpit to get an awareness of what the topography in front will be, right? Which is amazing because it completely destroys the claim that there's any bending surface. This vertical situation display would not work if there was any bending surface. So it completely destroys the globe, and I wish anybody actually to look into it. The vertical situation display made by Boeing. This data is showing a topographic planar surface.
All
Just like it
data,
is to be
right?
expected.
I love it. I love the enthusiasm
all
level.
data.
All roads lead to a flat Earth. The title of my book that will come out hopefully soon. All of the evidence in respect to anything Earth-based will direct you to a flat plane of reference in all instances. There aren't any exceptions. Earth is what it is. Right, I'm going to press a few buttons. I'll give them a little preamble.
Is it
now.
an infinite plane?
Just one sec.
What was that noise?
Just one sec. So we're going to go live to an audience in about 3 or 4 minutes' time. Please don't swear. That's it. I'm done.
Are you under the belief that Earth is an infinite plane?
That's how it's measured. I don't know about infinite. What we have measured is measured as a plane, referenced as a plane, travelled on as a plane, charted as a
So
plane,
what's
mapped
beyond
as
the
a
ice
plane.
wall?
I'm still in the middle of answering you. Give up. I'll give up immediately.
Every topographical profile that you can put in front of you, it will be just a flat line, flat horizontal line, which is sea level, and everything that goes above that line is above sea level. Everything that goes under that line, it will be just ocean floor or lake or something, and it will be under sea level, below sea level. So it's like a diagram. You will see it always like that diagram, straight line, and everything that goes above zero, everything that goes down is below zero.
Hey, one more thing. You know what is behind the ice wall? That's where you find your brain. Anyways, we can continue.
Oh, that was an excellent answer to that question. Because the answer to that question
fucking
is,
pointless answer that was.
how do I know what's at a place I've never been? Think about it. How do I know what's at a place I've never been? One more time. How do I know what's at a place I've never been? For example, in your paradigm of the globe Earth expanding Big Bang cosmology, you have a boundary of expanding free space upon which you have no freaking clue what's beyond it. So unless you could tell me what's beyond available free space, shut the frick up and sit the frick down. Thanks.
I was just simply asking if you believe in an infinite plane. Wow, calm down, guys.
Simply asking something I want to introduce that has nothing to do with the topic, and I actually know that no flat earther claims it, but I still just want to bring it to the table because I have no argument for defending the globe. Yeah,
well, the reason why they bring up the infinite plane, I talked to one of the guys who did this the other day. We had a long form conversation. He brings it up because a globe of a significant enough size would present as an infinite plane. So he might be looking for some way of agreeing with flat Earth.
Nope.
But how can you have ever
the retort of an infinite plane? The retort of an infinite plane is a apparent logical contradiction because an infinite plane can't exist, right? So they're bewildered if somebody believes such a thing.
Surely a movie strip is an infinite plane because it goes around itself.
Good morning.
Hey, welcome.
Hello.
Nathan.
Shalom.
Morning.
Shalom. Shalom indeed.
Shalom, Jackie.
Good to be here.
Well,
Yeah,
first
where's
we're
the
just
start?
As what,
We're
sorry?
just going to pick up where we left off, guys.
No worries. Mobius strips
Right,
aside. Last thing I heard.
We use the word plane as per the definition. So a flat surface on which a straight line adjoining any 2 points on it would lie horizontal. Yeah. Or the adjective, a plane surface, level and flat.
Okay, well, that in that definition, it doesn't disaccount or it doesn't not allow this idea of infinity to, be a part of that definition, right? I mean, I don't think there shouldn't be the reason for me asking that question is basically because there are no limits so far from our understanding. We haven't reached any walls or boundaries. I mean, other than the ice wall, that
What
is
ice
a
wall?
limit.
What ice wall?
Oh, this
Right?
guy. He's always on about the ice wall, just so you guys
Yeah,
know.
well,
I will stop talking
the
about
ice
it.
wall
Okay.
the ice walls are a globe claim anyway, regardless. But the honest answer to the question is, is I don't know. It's very simple. We can't go there. We can't see it. So we don't make assumptions of what could be there. Yeah. And make claims about
Isn't
assumptions.
isn't that like assuming that the whole Earth is a flat topological plane then?
No, it is. That's how it's measured. What we have measured has been measured flat.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I brought up the whole question to begin with.
Yeah, so we know what we
So
know. About
I joined a little bit late, so I think I missed the that question.
That's fine. What we know is what we know in terms of what we have measured to date. So there's an idea of taking you to the speculative idea of what might be on there. Well, we don't know. But we, as flat earthers, are given a narrative that we know about some ice wall and potentially puddles of land beyond the ice wall on this plateau. All feast of nonsense, as I would describe it. We know what we know. Earth's measured flat. That's how it's been charted and mapped. And now that's how we navigate and fly on it. So that's what we know up to now.
But we need to go beyond that. There is more truth that we must be discovered and must be realized other than the fact that the Earth is flat. This is definitely a part of it.
That's
Okay.
a speculation Sunday.
I mean, that's fine. Yeah, maybe go out and...
Sunday.
Okay, yes, that's potentially true. Maybe you'll be the one to discover more, if there is more.
So, I guess a question would be then, if the belief is that the Earth is a flat topological plane, would that be the same for every other celestial body in our system? Like the moon,
Oh, okay,
Mars,
let me just
sun?
unpack. There's a couple of things to unpack there. So, number one, when you're dealing with the plane of the surface of Earth, that's got sod all to do with the stars in terms of what they are as planes. That seems very non sequitur. The one is the sky and the one is the ground. Okay?
Yeah, but would you agree that everything in our
there's a second part to
system
unpack about what you said.
belongs to
If
the
you'll
laws of
indulge me,
physics?
I'm unpacking both of the things that you said. I'm not quite done with the first that you said, which was about if you hold a belief in it being a topographical plane. No, I'll just rephrase it so it's absolutely and abundantly clear. That is how Earth is measured.
Yes. Yeah.
It's not, so can you just affirm that you're not going to restate it as being my belief when that's how it's measured?
No, of course, that's not what I meant at all, yeah. However you worded it there. If not a belief.
However I worded it isn't really you acknowledging it. So we'll just try it again, sir, so we can move on past this. It's kind of lingering a bit longer than I would have hoped. So Earth is measured flat. It's not my belief. How I would phrase it isn't about English or you interrupting on the third attempt. So we'll just get this clear and squared away before you interrupt me. Thank you. Can you affirm it's not a belief? It's now going to be the fourth attempt with you talking through me and not affirming it. However I phrase it, end quote. No, I phrase it very specifically because it's based on how Earth is measured. It has nothing to do with English or phraseology. It is a measurement of Earth, sod all to do with English language. It's mathematical language in terms of measurement, not a belief. Do you understand?
Yes, I understood that the first time.
You could have affirmed it rather than saying what you phrase it as. You could have just said, well, given that Earth's measured flat, I understand it wouldn't be a belief, because that's how it's measured. And then we could have moved on a long time ago. Meanwhile, non sequitur fallacy. The sky's not the ground. The question's erroneous. It doesn't make any sense. You're asking me about what the stars would be, if they'd be flat planes? Well, we measure the ground with respect to the ground position of the stars, and it's with respect to a flat plane that the surface is. I don't know what that makes the stars. I'm still talking, answering your stupid non sequitur crazy question that makes no sense about whether the stars would be flat planes.
What you're saying,
it seems like this guy has got an incessant verbal diarrhea issue. When he's asked questions about whether or not we'd assess the planes in the sky, and I take that non sequitur nonsense apart, he feels he needs to talk through me. No, sir, what I'm doing is humiliating your non sequitur. Your stupid question that made no sense, asking if the stars are flat planes. No. In answer to your question, we do utilise the stars in terms of their flat plane measurement of an angle to their ground position. That's got sod all to do with whether or not they're planes. That's completely non sequitur to the ground because it's the sky. Hopefully I've answered your question. It's been the second or third attempt to answer that bit of your question. It's my pleasure unpacking that garbage. Anything else? Any other non sequiturs about the sky being measured flat? Or the lights in the sky that are going to be measured as planes? Any other non sequitur craziness that I need to be answering?
Yeah,
So
I
you
just
came.
want to say it is an honest mistake. I have made that assumption before when it comes to trying to figure out where we are on in the universe or this place.
What assumption would that be?
I have drawing the conclusion that by me looking up at the sky, it would give me a better sense of where I am on the Earth.
It does.
Yeah. So
It
I'm
does.
saying there is some truth there in him thinking like by him looking up, he could have a better understanding of what he is on. But yeah, I think it's a little deeper than.
I know it
what,
seems like you got too much
what
empathy
it
there,
really
my
is.
friend, the mind, because you're making up
Okay.
a narrative that he didn't offer. He asked me about whether or not the stars would be flat planes. So I
Yeah, that's
understand
ridiculous. You're right. Okay.
your empathy leads you to fill in the gaps on his behalf to make it seem less stupid than it really was. But it was
All I
just
was saying is
stupid.
I empathize with him.
And
Yeah, that's it.
I also think you misunderstood the mind, because what Nathan said is the stars can tell our position on Earth, not what the shape of the Earth is. Okay.
May I say something very fast?
Yeah, feel free.
His question already was answering itself because he didn't say the stars. He said literally celestial bodies. So the bodies that are in the sky, we are terrestrial creatures. We are creatures that are belong to the ground. So the ground is not the sky. So those things are in the sky. Celestial bodies, not terrestrial things. We are in Terra.
Yeah. Where they're above at a given time is quite useful to navigate. That's how our entire navigation system is based, on flat Earth measurements to those stars. Because we know where they'll be above at a given time. That's it. That's what we've got from them. Very useful. We've expanded the known territories with that information. We built the understanding we have about the world flat. We can also turn those understandings into globe measurements. They're not actually going to create a globe surface because the surface is measured flat to create them. So they're actually just calculations based on an origin measurement of a flat plane that we actually dwell atop.
I think we're all in agreement so far, right?
I doubt it. Who is the ice wall guy?
He left.
It is me. I am the mind.
Or you immediately add some of the other people in the server pipe up. I'm a guest here, like you are, to be perfectly honest, although I am running a show. But why would the other participants of the server immediately go, oh, this guy's always on about the ice wall? What gives?
No, that was Drew.
Oh, was
you
it? My
just
bad.
spoke with earlier and decided
I did not bring up the ice wall,
any
actually.
further answer your questions. No,
Yeah,
that's not
I
what we're
was
talking about now, Drew.
I was the initial ice wall guy, but I have no. Yeah, that's it. I don't really have much of a record or anything here, so I have tried to give people the idea that we are kind of stuck in a loop, and there's more that needs to be understood here about this thing. Like most religions, they get stuck in a cycle that. But I do appreciate the fact that y'all are breaking out of the illusion that we have been put in. So
Yeah,
that's
let me
about
address
it.
that specifically, friend, because it irked me that nobody mentioned this to you earlier. How you make
Mhm.
discoveries about territory that's beyond your access is to increase your access to territory. So you cannot make discoveries without going to the place you're attempting to discover. So sitting in a Discord room, speculating about what's beyond a territory we don't have access to is not the way to make discoveries. That's the way to make fools of ourselves.
Agreed.
I was asking about the nature of reality, the true nature of reality. I know that's not a thing that this is not a true nature of reality talk. This is a flat Earth talk. So I know I have been told
Well,
that
you're wrong there, the mind. I
that's
got to
not.
stop that, because this is about the
Yeah.
true nature of reality, and we're not stuck on a loop here. What we speak about is what can be measured, tested, and verified. Now, in this room at the moment, we're talking about being measured. Yeah, this has been the topic for the year, so that everyone actually understands this. So we are talking about reality and what is verifiable.
Yeah.
Were you aware that mind? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Confused. Reality is a lot more complex than we can understand, and I think most of us do have a very scientific perspective on how we look at reality, and that is what's leading to our illusion state that we're in, because we have the wrong way of perceiving reality.
Not necessarily. You've been given a narrative which we label as the Feast of Nonsense, and it includes the ice wall. That's why people are jumping all over this, me specifically, in this regard. So
I'm
were
not.
you aware?
I brought up the ice wall once. I'm not even worried about it. I'm literally just talking about this evidence and this proof, and the way we do testing and come to truth is through a certain filtered worldview, and it is the scientific one. And this is limiting our ability to know actual truth.
You've got that backwards. Okay, so there's a couple of things. I nearly got there the first time. I'll try again. So, were you aware that we would deem things like the ice wall as being part of what we call the Feast of Nonsense narrative of Flat Earth? It's also referred to as the esoteric Flat Earth. Have you ever heard these terms?
No, I'm unaware.
Okay. Well, as I was trying to explain, there's a narrative that we are preordained to regurgitate. And it has within it azimuthal equidistant projections, ice walls, domes, things of that nature, things that you could only speculate about. When in reality, the way that we actually have measurements of the plane we deal with are sufficient for us to win every argument always. Instead, we have speculative arguments given to us about things that we couldn't verify to make us look stupid, which is why you've been pounced upon. There's just one more thing.
Yeah, but it's not speculative. It's a fact that we're not allowed to go to Antarctica and just start treading down the ice path and see how far we go. Like, we're not allowed to do that. That's not a speculative thing I'm saying. And that's a part of this strategic thing that is happening when it comes to information being held back from us. We're not allowed to discover. We're not allowed to know the truth. We're not allowed to go walk in the
That's what
fucking...
we just stated to you, yeah? That's what AI just stated. Dude, that's what AI just stated. That's what Nathan just stated. You've just repeated it. We know we can't go there. That's why we don't speculate about what is there, because we just simply don't know.
So don't even think about it. Don't even attempt to try to know.
I'm not suggesting that. No. I'm not saying don't think about it, right? I'm just saying that when you speculate about it as a flat earther who is automatically assumed to be an imbecile, you make yourself seem more of an imbecile by the perception of the person you talk to when you speculate about these things that have been given to us intentionally. Falling off the edge, that's there intentionally. It's actually there to juxtapose their edge, their boats fall over when you figure out this narrative of esoteric / Feast of Nonsense Flat Earth. There's plenty of cast iron things that aren't disputable that you can assert as a flat earther. What do we do instead with the narrative we're given? We talk about maybe there's more and we're prevented from... No, that's very much a Feast of Nonsense narrative that you're parroting. No offence, I'm just trying to lay it out in the kindest possible way.
Okay, so my rebuttal to you is what I've said many times to this community, which is, okay, the whole world knows the earth is flat. Then what? Now what? How is that going to enlighten the world, make this place better? If everyone knows the earth is flat, then what?
That's an appeal to consensus fallacy. It's irrelevant. It wouldn't matter if it was just me. The facts remain that we functionally deal with it flat. If everybody but me had a religion that the surface was curving, it wouldn't make any difference. You know, in reality, it's not that big a deal because we functionally deal with Earth as a flat plane and always have. If I'm surrounded by zealots that don't believe that, then they're entitled to that belief in spite of the fact that we functionally deal with Earth as a flat plane.
Okay, so I think there are...
I could add to that answer, if you'd like. Mankind would stop wasting the money on the fake CGI images and maybe concentrate on the problems here. like helping the homeless, ending needless wars, that would be the benefit of everybody knowing that NASA is lying and all the other space agencies. That would be just one benefit.
I mean, maybe.
Go ahead.
Maybe. You're making a lot of assumptions about where funds would be diverted if nonsense of globe wasn't in the rhetoric, but I don't necessarily agree, and you couldn't necessarily validate that either. What I do know is how everybody always utilises the plane of reference that is Earth's surface, without exception, regardless of where the budget for the nonsense goes. If it was the church that were doing it a couple of 100 years ago, would it be the case that we'd say, well, all the money that went to the church will now be diverted into the roads? Well, no, not necessarily. But what they were saying, if it was wrong, could be pointed out and then people would move away from it. In terms of how we functionally deal with Earth, it is flat.
Okay, so fine. Let's say, yeah, that's a truth that it doesn't matter if people knew it or not. Because if we went about functioning in society the same way, it really wouldn't make a difference regardless, right?
Wouldn't make a difference to how we deal with Earth in terms of how we functionally utilise Earth. Flat. That won't change. That's how always going to be the case. It always has been the case. It's the case now, and it'll be the case tomorrow.
Yeah, I think there are certain truths that we need to realize and understand that could be like directly correlated to, I don't know, some spiritual aspects that are part of physical reality, that we need to know, that we need to understand, that has effect on our lives. Like, I think the Earth being flat really isn't one of those things. Like, the true nature of reality is deeper than just the Earth being flat.
Maybe. I mean, maybe it's more profound. I'm saying no big deal because nothing's changing.
It is.
Maybe there's
the one thing
I've got more to add than just my agreement with you. Thank you. Yeah, maybe. However, it's irrelevant to the subject matter. In terms of my speculation about how this might affect somebody mentally, affect them spiritually, who cares? No offense. Maybe it will, but ultimately, the functionality and the measurement of Earth is all that matters in this debate. It is flat, and always was. That won't change.
Well, maybe
I could definitely know. I definitely could say it's not wrong. I definitely know it's not wrong.
Maybe people, I would hope people, I can't say they would actually realize the lie that they've been told and maybe start questioning a few more things that they're told, and things may change.
Why, you nosy bugger? Why do you care?
I guess that's a little bit conspiratorial now.
I'm asking AJ why he cares.
I would hope.
Why would you hope that? Does it matter to you? It is literally inconsequential to you. If Next Man knows that we actually always will and always have measured Earth flat, unless he's going about his business with respect to a measurement that utilises a flat plane of reference, which they all do, then it's inconsequential to him. But by the extension of you now knowing this truth of how Earth always was measured flat and always will be flat, Next Man and his belief in the globe that he currently retains, no offence, AJ, but it is not reasonable that you challenge his belief. Everyone's entitled to their beliefs, are they not?
Oh, no, 100%. I was just sort of saying that I would hope that the truth coming out would have some type of effect on the population as a whole, yeah?
Hope is a fine thing to have there, AJ. Good for you.
Yep.
It's a bit condescending.
That's why I said it was a hope.
It is condescending because it's irrelevant to the subject at hand.
So it's being condescending.
Because it's irrelevant to the subject.
That it's measured flat, and we know that it's utilised as flat every day, yeah? Nothing in that aspect is ever going to change.
Sure.
But it's always been that way, like you said.
It's soft to be condescending, as opposed to some globe-believing numpty who wants to use that as an angle to debate this subject when there is no debate. Because of AJ's hope for the betterment of society? Well, that could be discussed for hours to no avail.
I definitely wouldn't be debating that point.
Right, the guy in your defence is saying I'm being condescending. Well, that's me being gentle, and I hope AJ is not offended. I know he's got a pretty thick skin. He's been around for a while.
No. My point was, and I wasn't trying to offend anyone. My point was like being condescending or anything. It doesn't really help the conversation at all.
Fair enough.
I'm not trying to knock people.
Fair enough. If your
So, like,
suggestion is that I should
can see
explain...
we are
Oh,
trying
good.
to have a
The
genuine
only reason
conversation here.
look,
Okay,
to be
thank
honest,
you.
the only reason I brought it up was because the mind wanted to keep talking about, you know, is it going to change things? Yeah, and he was speculating there, and my point was, well, I hope that it would in some way. Yeah, the truth coming out, because I think the truth is important to me. That's all. And it was just an answer
And
to the
I was
mind.
condescending because I'm trying to shut that down, aren't I? No, let's close the door to our
That's
speculative
right.
ideas
And then you
in
shut me
spite
down
of
and
hope.
that's it.
So there we go.
And then I just have a quick question. You guys keep mentioning the mind. Is that someone in here,
Yes,
or is that
he's in the Discord server.
Yes, I am
Oh,
the
okay.
mind.
Okay.
I'm going
Hello,
to do a
I
couple
am
of... If you don't
here.
mind the mind, I'm just going to... I've got a live audience to contend with. I'm really sorry to do this, but I do have to pay my bills. Shout out to the Price of Adam. Thank you very much for the super chat. He says, 33 months, very suspicious. He's been a member for a very long time. And also, Price of Adam, thank you for the super chat. He says, here's a real one, though. It is real. You've got that first super chat by being a member. You've paid for that super chat. I absolutely... It is a real... Both of them are. But thank you for both. Also, I want to do a quick shout out
what
to...
about...
Somebody can't stand it. I do have a live audience. I'm really sorry. I know you have got to be patient for just about 30 more seconds. I'm so sorry. I'm going to pop a link in the live stream chat for my live audience on Nathan Oakley 1980. If you are currently watching, toddle your way along to this link. Have I put the right thing in there? Or I don't think I have. Let's just get rid of that. Remove. Hopefully I've not shared my link that I didn't want to share. I've got a link to PJ Cruikshank's channel, right? He's just lost his channel through his own means because it was via a takedown on YouTube. So therefore it can be his own fault. And I've asked him to investigate why so he doesn't lose this channel. But he's got a new channel and I encourage you to go and subscribe. He had about 350 subscribers on the previous channel that was taken down. He's now on 150 almost immediately after setting this up a day earlier. But if we could get him to 350 subscribers today, he's net loss 0. So please go and subscribe to PJ Cruikshank. His new channel is called PJ Crooker. And he's currently on 130 subs. Go and give it a sub. Sorry, I thank you for begging my indulgence. I'm done with my shout-outs. Thank you to all of you who super chatted. Please smash the super chat to support this channel.
I was gonna say, if there's any good comments, throw them out there. I don't mind in the engagement with your audience at all. If you want to throw some more audience interaction, please, I feel free.
Oh, thanks. I really appreciate it. You're being used as a muse in terms of the ice wall. It's nothing personal. I don't know you. I've no idea if you have a firm affinity or you just mentioned it once. I'm not asking you to interrupt and actually explain it in the middle of me talking. That would be great. I just use you as an example so I can demonstrate to an audience that there's a feast of nonsense subject on the table when it comes to ice walls, domes, falling off edges. It's all there for a reason. So we don't just talk about how Earth's measured.
Yeah, no problem. No personal ill will or anything. I got you.
Cool beans. We have the usual Ram Jammer Ding Dong server today, which is great because I'm sure there'll be some bald believers that want to ask some questions.
Cool beans.
Cool beans.
That's copyright.
Is it? I don't think it's in the dictionary.
Yeah.
I didn't know that I made it to the lexicon. My bad.
Somebody asked what would happen. What happens then? Did somebody say that? What happens after? Was it the mind?
After what?
Yeah.
After flat Earth is known throughout the world, which is not going to happen, let's say hypothetically, then what happens then? What happens then to who are you talking about? What happens to who, what, when, where, why, how?
You reach level 100, you get a badge, and they give you 500 extra gold, don't they?
I was going to eat a sandwich.
Pretty sure I get a medal. No, you get a medal.
Oh, no. What?
Well, he left.
Go ahead.
He left, he went. He didn't answer. Couldn't answer. He's gone. Skedaddled.
Ugh.
Quicker than a whippet with a bum full of dynamite.
He boot scooted.
He did indeed. Any Globers in here got any questions? Feel free.
No, just some chat skanks.
I love them. Oh, well, I picked the right time
Yeah,
to shout out
the-
PJ Cruikshank then. Good.
Yeah, the chat skanks are always the Globers that don't have the capabilities of raising their voice or using their voice.
Or
Use
having
your
an
words,
intellectual
Globers.
conversation.
Sorry, AJ.
Use your words. That's copyrighted too. Too funny.
No, I say it to my youngest daughter.
Oh, okay.
I actually don't. I say in English, please, when she's making babbling sounds.
I figured.
Well, it's because they learn multiple languages. Both of them do. So if I say, use your words, what's she going to do? Start talking to me in Spanish?
I was hoping Heretic Needs a Shower would come in and explain what he's dropped in the chat, but he hasn't piped up yet. He's obviously been in here before with having that name.
Needs a shower? A bit personal, isn't it?
He's got his name here. Heretic Needs a Shower.
Oh, that's his
So
name.
he's obviously, well, no, I think he's had a run-in with Heretic in here previously by the sounds of it.
Oh, Heretic's another participant, and he's taken on the moniker of my opponent needs to take a shower. I see. How cunning.
Yeah. Heretic's the server owner.
Oh, Heretic owns this. I didn't know that. Who's doing the stuff on X then? Who's doing the stuff on X? Is it Heretic? You said it was.
No, that's Mickey.
Channel owner.
I was going to say, I thought you said it was Miggy. Yeah, Miggy.
Oh, sorry,
So do you mind?
owner.
Do you mind
Sorry,
if I
guys,
be the
correcting me, guys?
Go on the mind.
Do you mind if I am the opposition in this conversation for a little bit here, in regards to the Earth being flat and like what is important in understanding?
No, this is the mind, right? You had a question before.
Yeah.
You said what happens then?
Ask you a question.
Yeah, you said what happens then after everyone knows. Yeah, what happens then? What happens to who?
Okay, well, that was one of the questions I wanted to ask a additional follow-up question because I think it was already answered, which was nothing's really going to happen. Like everything's going to basically be the same if we're using the navigational systems the same way, right? So I did have an additional question.
I just asked you a question. I just asked you a question, dude. You said, what happens then? Don't answer that with a question.
Yeah.
What do you mean, what happens then? Yeah.
That was my question to you. If everyone knows, then what? Like, what's the point of everybody knowing the Earth is flat?
To who? To who? Then what happens to me? To you? To who?
To humanity. To humanity. To mankind.
He's just asking what.
Like, what's the purpose? What's the point in us talking about this so much if it's not going to even change anything?
Let me ask you a question.
That's the point of a debate, right?
Let me ask you a question. Let's just say you are over at your parents' house. You are looking for some socks. They tell you it's upstairs in the drawer. You go into the drawer and you find a birth certificate that exposes that they're not your parents. Does it matter?
What?
Wait, what? That's,
yeah,
you
come across
That's not the same analogy at all.
That's not even,
Everyone stop. Everyone stop. Okay, yeah. Unless you quantify that in some way, that's a false comparison.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah,
so you come across some information, right? That's
so you're going to continue?
Against your... Well, he just asked me to qualify it, so I was.
Oh, please don't. It's moronic. Thank you.
Please shut up.
Shut up.
Yeah.
Sharpen that
speed. No, Eli.
Oh my God, QE and Eli are going to encourage audio chaos where I've currently retained control. So I'll do a shout out while Eli and QE don't encourage chaos in a server that we're guests in. Sandro, thank you for the super chat. He says, thanks for PJ, shout out, bro. Absolutely my pleasure. PJ's ace. Go and check him out, subscribe. I'll stick another link into him. Do it if you're one of the 83 live members. Go and subscribe if you haven't done so already.
So back to my question again.
Okay.
What happened?
Yeah. So now what? What happens next?
Yeah. So now what? Well, I go back to my day job.
You haven't got a day job.
That's it.
Yeah, but see, that doesn't answer the question. He's like, what
Austin,
point?
yeah,
What
it does
difference
answer
does it
the
make?
question. It does
Not
answer
his
the question.
question.
Yeah,
Not
it
his
does.
question.
Yes, it
Not his
does.
question.
Keep on
No, it
saying it,
doesn't.
you fucking glue sniffer.
No swearing.
Well, you're a glue sniffer
Bro,
because he
what?
wants to know
No
what
swearing.
No naughty
difference
words,
does it make
guys.
to humanity.
No naughty words.
What happens to
This guy's
humanity
just a
once they
rage
figure
bait.
out that the Earth's
Well,
flat?
don't
and
try
it's
to
contained?
answer it now after calling me a glue sniffer after
Once they
saying that's
figure
not
out,
what he
keep
was
on over
asking.
talking me.
You
Keep on
over
doing that,
talking me
Elijah.
because, well, first of all, Nathan, I mean,
Can we just mute this
again,
guy because he's here just to rage bait in the
again,
server
I had a
again?
point.
Scenario.
I had a point. He keeps over talking me, talking about I'm over talking him. What are you
Oh
talking
my
about?
God.
Fine,
Go
right.
back
Got
to your
to
boy Whitney
both of you
where
stop,
got that
please,
stupid analogy from
guys.
anyway.
Please, you're going to encourage
Friggin'
audio
clown.
chaos. And
Interrupting my discussion with nonsense.
Yeah, there's a guy who's talking really loud, and I think he's gonna
Oh God,
basically disrupt the peace
feelings.
here that's happening.
Yeah, thanks, mind. You're not a mod. No need. Color
Yeah.
commentary is not needed. There's plenty of people to control the conversation. Thank you, QE and Eli. Hopefully, we'll get through this.
You're welcome. We'll continue this after the show.
You don't mind. We've only got an
it's
hour
that
in this.
show.
In any event,
Fucking ass
we
out
never
of
got
here.
an answer from the mind, who's now giving his color commentary on your argument with Eli. Eli's feeling that he's been wronged because he hasn't got the end of his point out. So I'm going to go to the mind, as he was the originator of this. My bad, gentlemen. My bad. I'll go to the mind as he was the originator of this discussion, because he was asked who, and then we got to a conclusion. Okay, you go back to your day job. Is there anything to add to that discussion? I would say no, but we'll see if the mind's got anything to say. It's him being talked to.
Okay, so again, like this third person who came in here, he did give a good point. I did say, what is the point in having this conversation if we are saying that ultimately it doesn't matter? That's what I said. I didn't ask you, what are you going to do after everyone knows? I didn't ask you,
Thank you.
what personally. I said, what does it matter overall to humanity if you're saying it doesn't matter if they know this or not?
Sorry for trying to
What's the
answer your
point?
question, bro.
What does it
What?
matter if they know it's flat?
What? No, you didn't. You said, what happens then? Then I said, what happens to who? I know what you said. I heard you. Don't change your
humanity.
shit.
What to humanity?
What
What's
happens
the
to
point
humanity?
in?
Well, I could speculate on what happens to humanity in a hypothetical. Once they figure out that the Earth's flat, it's not spinning, and it's contained, most people are going to reckon with the Creator, aren't they?
I don't know. I think that's very speculative. I don't think people are just going to be like, God's
Really?
real now because the Earth is flat. I don't know. I don't know what they're going to think.
Yeah, they're not going to
bring religion into this all the way through.
Figure that wind. So they're going to figure out that wind, waves, and erosion created a container around them.
What?
Who cares? It's just,
I
he's
think we're
invited to
ignoring the
speculate.
fact that the
Let's just draw
container
a
itself
hello.
protects us from the giants.
Yeah, we've had the conclusion drawn. It is purely. He's invited to the speculation. He's got it now. Not that I necessarily approve, but fine. He's got what he wanted. Okay, the mind. So yeah, I say no big deal. It always was flat anyway. Whether or not people figure it out because they've got to utilize it in some way is down to whether or not they need to utilize it in some way. If they don't, it might not have any consequential effect on them unless they suddenly relinquish their current globe belief, which is a relinquishment of a belief that wasn't real. So that may have absolutely no effect on them. It may have a profound effect on them, but who cares is the overarching point. Once you know it's measured flat, well, it was before you knew. So what difference does it make? Well, probably not that much. Does it matter?
Are you asking me, does it matter?
If next man knows what you now know, does it matter? Unless he's utilising it in some way.
I would say no.
Right, well, that's what I'm trying to say.
Utility, yes.
That's two answers.
For utility sakes, yes. But overall, like in the grand scheme of things, I don't think it necessarily
What do you mean
matters.
for utility? You mean in terms of practical application? No, nothing changes. It was always flat to begin with. It still is now and will be tomorrow. So no, nothing changes in terms of the utility. Has no effect.
Yeah, I agree. I guess.
So given that you're saying in the grand scheme there's no effect, and in the utilitarian always was flat aspect it has no effect, you could overall say that really it doesn't make any difference. I'm going to be leaning into that next year and saying when people go, oh no, it's a travesty, the world would fall apart if space wasn't real, dogs would be cats and chickens would be roosters, and no, nothing changes, it always was flat. No big deal.
I think he means like the effect on like humans, like actual people, because obviously if the Earth is a globe or it's flat and the other way is proven, then that means a lot of people have been lied to, which means that it affects people, right? I think that's what he was trying to ask.
No, the lie aspect is inconsequential also. The motivation for what you perceive to be a lie is also inconsequential. And whether or not there's a debatable... I'm still in the middle of answering you, sir. Like, only through the first breath.
Again,
no,
sorry,
the way
again,
that's still me pausing to start the same sentence you have interrupted now twice.
Again,
I'm answering you.
Yeah, I know. I was just acknowledging...
That means you've got to shut up.
Okay. That's just rude. Excuse me.
No, it's you interrupting me incessantly, so we get further and further away from the answer, which was to take away the juxtaposition of whether or not it's a globe. Now he can't stop interrupting, because there isn't a debatable point in that regard. You say if it changes, then people must have a lie explored. No, because there is no lie in regards to how you've juxtaposed whether or not it's a globe. It is factually measured flat. Now, the globe comes from those measurements. So whether or not you've got a belief based on flat Earth origin measurements doesn't have your false dichotomy that if proven one way or the other. No, there is only one way we measure Earth, and it is flat. Whether or not you know that and relinquish the belief you held in spite of that doesn't affect me. Might affect you, but I don't care.
I think he furthered that question too, though. He
the bottom line is
that.
Is everybody else who is not the guy I've just addressed feel it's their turn to talk? I just addressed somebody. It'd be nice to hear him.
Yeah, he's muted up, Nathan.
Oh, why? Because when I was telling him how it's not a juxtaposition between whether or not it's flat or globe, when there is no false dichotomy to be explored when it's measured flat, he thought that by just talking incessantly through the top, we'd be left in a state where it could be one or the other, as he supposed when asking his question, and then not shutting up. Is that why he had to be server muted? Pray tell.
No, he's not server muted. He's just muted himself. He's not server muted, but...
Oh, then fine. It's because Eli and yourself probably talked when I was asking him something for a response. No offence, AJ. I'd just like a response from him. It's not a false dichotomy of if it's a globe or if it's flat when it's measured flat. Who is off mute in G+?
Sorry, Nathan. I think he's on mute because he did try to clarify during all the chaos that he was happy with that answer of that question that nothing changes. But he then asked a second question to clarify, to say to you guys, if nothing changes, then why do we spend all this time talking about it in this room when there could be more important things to talk about? Because it obviously isn't going to make any difference.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So sorry, that's what I was trying to clarify.
Okay, thank you, QE, for the colour commentary.
Yeah, I just said yes. It's not color commentary, and you're fucking welcome.
Please stop swearing.
Yeah, you can't be swearing in here. There's people. We're doing a live stream, and yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks.
Yeah, he's trying to convolute the idea of me saying it makes no difference to the functionality of Earth with whether or not it makes some difference to somebody else that isn't me mentally. Those two things are not connected. It may have a profound effect on many people. I just don't care. The way Earth is functionally going to be utilised was and always will be flat. If it has a profound effect on you, I don't care.
Okay, so I would like to continue this conversation, and again, like I said, I am gonna play the role of the opposition here. So I would like to say, I think this is true, the Earth being flat. Like I can say, okay, this is a thing that I can agree with you on. but I think there
Okay,
are,
so just in
again,
response
deeper
to that,
truths.
the mind. Next.
Okay.
Are you speaking over him?
Because he's just agreed with my position.
So you're allowed to speak and not get spoken over
shut
by
up,
everybody
Nancy.
else.
So who is this guy that's critiquing the methodology of our communication as opposed to the debating subject? When my opponent, he's alleged that he's going to take my opponent's
fix,
stance. I'm answering the guy who just interjected. Yeah, when he says he's going to take my opponent's stance and says, I agree with you that it's flat, I then say, next. Because that's what we're debating
So
here.
just so you're aware,
right.
Drew,
It's fine.
I'm not sure
I
Drew
wanted to.
knows what's going on, but Drew, Nathan's running a show in here tonight. It's on this specific topic, and we're not going to go off into the weeds on speculation. So, which Nathan's talking about, what can be proven. He has just agreed with Nathan that the Earth is measured as flat. There is no more conversation about speculation.
Amen, brother.
Who was the guy that was interjecting about the format a second ago? What was his name?
That was Drew. That's who I was just
brother.
addressing.
Oh, Drew.
Praise Jesus Christ, brother. Amen.
Please don't blaspheme.
Yeah, sorry, I don't think Drew came in late, so I don't think he understood what was going on.
No, fair enough. But did he have a question about anything? I don't know if he's actually a reasonable participant or not. So far, it's just critiquing the format.
No, he hasn't been too bad up till now, Nathan. He's
Fair
been
enough.
pretty good.
Sorry, again, I just want to clarify. Thank you, AJ, for clarifying that there's a show and everything. Again, I wasn't trying to be rude there. I did ask a couple of questions, but obviously those were blown over now, so I'm just here to listen.
Did you? What questions did you ask?
Well, before everyone shat on me for it, I merely asked whether you, obviously the Earth is measured flat. I agreed with that. And then I asked whether you believe that some like a body like Mars or the Moon is also measured flat or flat because of the basis of Earth.
Oh, I remember now.
That's
Yeah,
all I
going
asked.
through ground positions with you and measuring its position above the Earth at a given time.
And obviously, the Earth and all of these, when I said celestial bodies, I do mean other things in the solar system, do abide by these same laws of physics.
Sorry, what system? Solar system? That's derived from flat Earth measurements also. The Copernican model, in terms of its representation, is an asymptotically flat plane described from the centre of hell on an equatorial plane to make that solar system function. Now, you need a flat Earth for that solar system mathematical description. That's not something you can reify into being on. You're not in a solar system. That's mathematically invented by use of flat Earth angle measurements, the ones that you accepted a moment ago. There is no solar system. It's just maths. It's just a description of stuff. With respect to the angles that you measure off a flat plane, I might add. No solar system, mate. It's just some fantasy belief if you think that's real. It's not. Invented by the church to better describe the positions of the stars. Did you think you were, like, whizzing around the sun and stuff? You're not.
Is he assuming that that Mars and the Moon are like, or all the stars are like dirt?
Do you think the sky is soil, my friend?
I didn't assume anything. I just asked.
You asked me about the flat planes of the lights. The lights like Mars.
I was just trying to ask a question.
Do you assume the sky is soil? If you're going to ask about the nature of the plane of Mars, are you suggesting that the sky is soil?
I mean, there are rocks in space.
I'm having words put in my mouth now. I just asked you a question.
No.
That's all it was.
No, you're not.
There's nothing further than that. I was just asking that.
No, you're not. You asked it if they were measured flat also. The lights are measured flat. How do you measure a light flat?
I was asking Nathan, not you.
Yeah, but your implication is that they are in existence in the same functionality as we can measure terra firma, right? Flat, like we do measure terra firma. The ground, the surface that we dwell atop is measured flat. And you're saying, do the lights get measured like that? And I'm saying, what, like they're soil that can be measured? And I'm asking, are you suggesting the sky is soil to be measured flat like we measure the ground, the soil that we measure, flat in its aspect? Are you suggesting the soil in the sky to measure flat?
Well, no,
What are you talking about?
I was just asking for a yes or no on the clarification there. I wasn't trying to assume any more than I was
See it
asking.
now? You see
So
it?
you got your clarification. Obviously, you can't go to a light in the sky and measure it like you can measure the ground. It's a ridiculous question, is what's being pointed out to you. But thank you for your question.
Yeah, sorry, we had
Yeah,
already
appreciate
covered that. Was there anything else? I mean, not really. I mean,
not from me
no,
personally.
that's fair enough. Well, I will just say one more thing to you, though. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Thank you.
Yeah, Nathan, I think Heretic needs a shower. Would like to ask a question.
Feel
He's
free.
been giving it some
Heretic
text
likes
chat.
a shower.
Brew needs a shower.
Heretic needs a shower. Now's your chance to speak. Step up or step off.
He might not even have a microphone, to be fair, so that's might be why he's not speaking.
Nope, he's scared and he wants to chat skank. Even though he said he's like that.
That's just an assumption, though.
Give him a minute. You there, Heretic?
Oh, I think he's typing.
Why is he in the VC then?
So he can hear you, and also you
So he
can't
can hear.
you can't be in the chat otherwise.
Yeah, just so he can listen in and chat skank.
Yeah.
So he's dropped a little meme in here. Flurf,
Nice.
space, and moon landing deniers. Translation. I actively despise anyone who surpassed me intellectually. In fact, I've rejected all forms of traditionally valued professional and academic forms of merit because I feel excluded from it. I've elected to believe in all smart people are lying, and I'm actually the one who's figured it all out because this is the only scenario where I get to be exceptional. The delusion is preferable to making any attempt to educate myself and reconcile my fragile, silly worldview with reality. So enjoy the cognitive diarrhea I'm about to spray all over the comment section. So, where the
How
first moon
does that
deniers.
relate to Earth measuring flat, though?
Well, I would like him to come in and explain his meme in regards to how we deny science, we deny our measurements, we deny
I mean,
angle
I don't know
measurements
how
to stars,
that
maybe.
intersects with the Earth measuring flat. That's what I'm saying. Because
Well, he's saying we
want,
deny these facts, yeah? We deny professional and academic forms of merit because we're excluded from it. So I'd like to come and explain that statement to us on how we deny.
Let's have this academic form that he's appealing to. What's he appealing to? Can you tell us what academic forms, apparently by baseless assertion and stereotype fallacy, we all deny? Could you give us some of them so we can have a look at them before you tell the world by chatscape that we deny them? We haven't presented them yet, Heretic. Any chance you could come off your mute button and tell us what you're talking about? Because we just talk about Earth being measured flat. Your globe depends on it. So does your space. I went through it like 3 minutes ago. Asymptotically flat plane. No? He wasn't listening when I detailed the solar system. I mean, you said he's here to listen. But I've explained how the solar system, the guy appealed to by accident, maybe, I don't know, was also in requirement of flat plane measurements to put it into existence in mathematics. Well, what is that? Is that me chat skanking or what? I am not. What gives? You okay?
Sorry, what happened?
You're off mute. Did you want to add something?
Oh, not really, no.
You want to pop yourself back on mute?
I apologize, sir.
No worries. Anything can happen. It's a live stream with 100 people watching. Woohoo! Shout out to all of you in the live stream. Thank you for joining us. Please share the show if you've not done so already. All right, any less scared globers that don't need to project their pain into the chat? With any questions or baseless assertions, claims about the globe, things like that? I thought not.
When is speculation day? Because I really want to contribute, but I got mainly speculations.
Sunday, English time.
You're perfectly
starting
within
at
your
midnight.
rights
Bro,
to speculate, but in
I
terms of
give
what
you permission.
in terms of what you speculate about,
Okay,
just
so here we go.
hold on a second.
So here we
There's a
go.
caveat. There's a caveat. Just expect it to be heavily criticised.
Fine. I'm open to criticism.
Fine.
This concept of like a multiverse, is that too big speculation here to have?
There's only 3 dimensions, mate.
Yeah, okay.
Just maths. These are concepts. If you try and
The many
describe
worlds
them like
theory,
we're
have
in
you
the
heard of that?
Avengers. Ish.
You're
My
watching
bad.
too much Disney,
There's more
Star
to your
Wars.
question through my answer. My bad.
Okay. So that's what I'm saying, yeah. That's the criticism, right? Is that any more like are you just cutting me off here?
Well, I answered. There's 3 dimensions, and it's a reification fallacy to take the conceptual mathematical invention of extra dimensions and turn them in some Avengers-style fashion into multiple dimensions.
Okay. All right. So I guess we're done there. The multiverse isn't real. It's not possible, and anything else from here would just not
It would
be
be a
worth talking
reification
about.
fallacy. Yeah, you're trying to reify a mathematical equation into some type of reality that we can't witness or test.
There is
So
I mean,
no
if
mathematical.
if I had a direct experience with
There is no
a alternate
mathematical
timeline,
equation.
you would
Show me the
not believe
mathematical
it,
equation.
and there would be no way for me to prove to you that I'm from an alternate timeline, right? With using your
Show the
science, that's
mathematical
not
equation.
possible.
You can't be from a timeline. Right, that's
Alternate
reification.
timeline.
My bad. Again, my bad that the extra addition to your statement I'm taking apart needs to come while I'm answering you. Right, time isn't a dimension. When you say you're from a timeline, can you show me that timeline, please? Show it me.
No, if I'm from a whole different alternate reality, I can't show you.
My question again, I'll repeat because you've ignored me. You've ignored me, so I'll just repeat my questions. Can you show me give me a bag of timelines, please? Can you do that? Yes or no?
No, because timelines.
No, so I'll just continue rather than you yammering through my point as I take a dump on this crap that you've asked about. So, as I said, you'll have to expect me to be critical. That doesn't mean you keep yammering as I take a dump on this nonsense. No, you're not going to reify this concept of time into a dimension and then suggest that you're from a line of it. No, it's not a dimension. So you're not going to be from this place that has reified time into an additional dimension for you to exist in simultaneous places along this timeline. No, you can't give me one, you can't show me one. It's not physical, it's not real, it's a concept you've reified. So, no, I hope that answers your question.
Okay, well, I appreciate you at least attempting to engage with me.
Yeah, I don't need thanks, I just need an acknowledgement of some of the things I say. For example, we just have length, breadth, and depth. That's what we have. You can physically quantify those things in reality. Time, that's just a concept.
Yeah, I'm not trying. Reality is more than we could comprehend. There is more aspects.
That's not acknowledging me. No, Mark, no, I'm not going to tolerate this. No, this crap where you just give me a tacit acceptance by saying, no, reality is something we don't understand. Do you think that's affirming me saying, no, we just have length, breadth, and depth? Time's not going to be reified into something that can bend into alternative dimensions, layered upon layer of extra reality. This is garbage, right? Now, me saying, no, we don't have these things isn't being acknowledged when you say, no, we just don't understand this stuff. That doesn't acknowledge what I've actually said to you. You want to carry on in this wishy-washy fantasy world with extra dimensionality to it. And I'm putting a stop to it. No. And you're not acknowledging me, you're just talking through me saying no. No, what you did when you said, no, we don't understand reality, yeah, I do. Length, breadth, and depth, because I can quantify it in physical terms. Time, no, not so much. And you'll need to do that to create extra dimensionality to ask me this question. Can you just acknowledge the things I take apart in terms of your rhetoric, rather than saying, oh, it's just that we don't understand? No, that's not good enough.
Yeah, I mentioned this already from in the beginning of my conversation here, that the way we perceive the truth is filtered through what we call
This
scientism.
is non-responsive, complete
And
garbage, nonsense
yeah,
waffle. I don't
okay,
want to hear it.
I'm done.
I don't want to hear about your filter.
I'm done.
It's because you're talking crap, and I'm tired of it. Talking utter nonsense.
Well, I'd like to just correct that quickly because he slipped something in there and he said that it's defined off scientism. No, it's defined off science and the scientific method that is testable. Your scientism is what you're actually speaking about and doing right now, reifying mathematical equations and concepts into a reality that we can't test.
But
I'd like
surely
to
you
see that.
Scientism
see
is
time
using the
passing.
scientific method. Sorry, go ahead.
I'd like to see
Sorry,
that
yeah, but
equation. for the
surely you can
multiverse.
experience and see time passing through things.
Oh, really? Show me a bag of fives passing through a wall, please.
Well, I could show you a picture of me when I was 5 and a picture of me now, and it'd be a different person.
That's a picture.
Nearly. I'd have aged.
Sorry, that's a picture.
I must have gone through something.
So
Yeah,
you're
but I've
suggesting because you've got two
experienced it, and you can't
pictures?
just
Yeah, I got your
discount my
answer. I
experience
got
because you
it.
didn't
I got it. I heard you. You got two pictures as your
but
base
can
premise.
I finish my point?
Yeah, because I got it. You think I need any expansion? I've got two frigging pictures. You think you're going to add something
there's a whole
freaking
audience that
foundational
might
to
not
that crap? Mate, I just need you to shut up when I respond to your crap. No, that's not showing a dimension of time. That's two photographs. Yeah, like I thought. When I take it apart for its utter crap, that's not showing the concept of time reified into existence. I've got a silence now. I'm filling the gap after the silence, after the time. You had to respond and left silence. Is it only when I'm talking that you need to chant through me like a bitch? I left a silence, bitch. You chose not to fill the... Excuse me, every other bitch talking while I'm talking. No, what I've done is left a dump period. That's a silence that he did not fill. After he doesn't fill the silence and give me a dimensionality to exist within along a line of that he cannot reify, when I point out that the baseless assertion of having two pictures doesn't give me a time dimension, yeah, his response was silence. Therefore, I, as the winner, will summarise my victory. This guy's dumbass defeat. What I won't tolerate is arseholes chanting through the top of my victory dance. No, sir. You've reified an extra dimension based on you having photographs of stuff? That's stupid. There's that silence again. The one that my opponent could have interjected with something that devastated my rebuttal to his crap. There is no time dimension. We're not going to have multiple time dimensions existing simultaneously when we've derived this concept of time ourselves.
And Drew, I also want to correct your statement that science and scientism are the same. You're completely incorrect. Science is understanding the natural world through observation, experiment, and evidence. Yeah. Scientism is on philosophical or ideological stances, which is what you are presenting. Scientism.
Yeah, no, scientism is the belief that the only way to know truth is by using the scientific method. That's what scientism is. That's what y'all hold fast to.
I've never heard that
belief
before.
system.
That's thank you for. Hold on a second, AJ. That's really interesting. Have you got a citation for that?
Let me do a little Google search.
So why? Yeah, surely you've got that to hand. You've declared it like it's the defining feature of this word, like it's its definition.
Yeah, I've definitely Googled it before. I know what the word means.
A belief that the scientific method is the only way of doing science? Natural science is the
unless
scientific...
unless I'm in an alternate timeline where that doesn't mean that anymore.
Okay, so what's science then? Drew?
What science? The scientific method.
Was it Drew I was speaking to?
That's
a second
how.
ago? Who is it? I was talking to
Oh,
Drew.
sorry.
That wasn't even my question, actually. That was somebody else. The scientism stuff.
What was your question?
Yeah, that was mine. Sorry.
Ah, sorry. So what science?
How do you do your observations? You over here believe that there are only three. First of all, I never said that time is the another dimension. I never said that. I said I don't know why you even drew that conclusion because I never said that. What science? The scientific method that you use. You believe that there's up and down and a left and right, and the way we can know truth is by direct observation and experience. Experience, right?
Sorry, just address the
No-
first
no
thing. You've
speculation.
scattergunning with him, and now he's still talking. Right? Question mark. I'll continue talking soon as you start talking, Nathan. What is your malfunction there, the mind?
I'm sorry, my bad. I didn't know. You
That
can
what, asking
speak, I'm
something
sorry.
with an upward inflection with a question mark at the end of it might elicit a response from me for you to yammer through immediately? Oh, well, how shocking. Meanwhile, you've done it again and taken this idea that you haven't suggested that time is a dimension. No, your multiple dimensions come from an idea that's expanded out through the Einsteinian mechanics of fourth dimensionality, pseudo-Riemannian force space. That's a fourth dimension of time. Were you unaware of that as you reify these multiple dimensions? Did you not know their origin?
No, I don't know how the
You didn't know
functionality
their
of the
origin.
stuff
I
is
just need a
working.
no. I don't need a further explanation
No.
of your ignorance. Thank you. Just
you're
no
so
will
rude.
suffice.
What the
Just
fuck?
no will suffice. You're
love
excuse
his
me.
accent.
Excuse me. Yeah, when I get a no from my opponent, a firm no to a closed question, I'm not inviting him to yammer through the top of his ignorance about how ignorant he is. When I expose that ignorance and I get a closed and firm no, I didn't know that origin. Oh, well, you can sit down then, sir. Why are you asking about it? Maybe go and learn about it before you start putting it to us, that we might have these dimensions you didn't know their origin of. You understand how ignorant that makes you seem, the mind?
I mean, I'm just talking about concepts that I had a direct experience with. I don't know about any philosophical or scientific like theories.
These aren't philosophical or scientific. They're mathematical reifications based on a pseudo-dimension invented by Einstein. Can you stop trying to pretend that you sound like you're smart? Saying they're philosophical and scientific, which it's neither. Right? Just stop doing this.
All right, I'm done.
Yeah, good. Yeah, we know.
Okay.
Bloody pretender clowns. Do you call yourself a flat earther, the mind?
Yes, the Earth is flat.
How do you know?
I don't think it's right. I've experienced multiple things and more than one reality, so I honestly think everything is subject to change, including the shape of the
Didn't
Earth.
ask that. How do you know it's flat?
Well, exactly like you have been saying, the measurements. The
Which,
measurements that
give me
we
two.
take shows.
Give me two.
The one that's directly correlated to the level of the sea.
What would that be called?
Water level. The second one, I would have to say
what's the
is,
measurement?
well,
And what's the measurement being taken?
that everything that the water is flat, like the body of water in the ocean is level.
That's a statement as opposed to a measurement.
Okay, well, I can't give you exactly.
So why do you call
the
yourself a
measurement you're
flat
looking
earther
for.
then? You don't know, do you? You don't know it's flat. I'm
literally
talking.
said
I'm making my
that I
declaration.
had-
Shut up.
Okay. Sorry.
Bro, you're so rude, Nathan. I'm not gonna
Can you
lie.
shut both of these assholes up while I tell this guy off? Because he's made a statement that he's a flat
love
earther, and now I'm
it.
getting rumpus to all shit as I make my conclusion. I'm a flat earther, and I state that because I know it's flat. And I can give multiple examples of how it's measured flat. You telling me that I sound quite confident when I tell people it's flat, and based on what you said of it being measured flat, with a lot of confidence behind you, that's how you know it's flat. And when I ask you which measurements, you haven't got one. So you're a believer. No, you're a poison to the actual flat Earth community with your stupid crap about dimensionality and ice walls. That's what you are. You insult me, the actual flat Earther, who knows damn well it's flat and can demonstrably prove that to anybody who asks. So don't insult me, the flat Earther here, the real flat Earther, with your pretender clown stupidity about dimensionality, ice walls, and your belief in it being flat. It's an insult to me. Okay, the mind? Till you know it's flat, don't take that label. Okay? Learn how it is before you go around pretending you're some smart intellectual with your words that you don't understand, talking about philosophy and science. No, mate, it's maths in this instance. Multiple category errors from a pretender clown tarnishing me when I say I'm a flat earther. You're the reason everyone thinks we're idiots. So sit down, shut up, close your bleeding mic, stop calling yourself a flat earther till you know it's flat, like I do. Then you'll have the same confidence level that I do. Appeal to my confidence level in knowing it's measured flat. You didn't. Bloody pretender clown flat earthers, esoteric flat earthers, feaster nonsense regurgitators. You're not flat earthers. Don't kid yourselves. Lost souls is what you are, following some gurus told you it's flat that you believe. Been a fun show. Lots of passion. Just let Adam in. Let me know from the live stream chat if you've been enjoying yourselves. Might extend the show by 10 minutes.
Thanks, Nathan.
I am ace. I won't lie.
I didn't say you're ace. I said thanks.
And I agreed with how ace I am.
Dude, how wide is a show that's 10 minutes longer?
Not 4 more hours.
Green.
What dimension's that in?
Oh, yeah, that's what I wanted to know. Somebody said they had an equation for a multiverse. Can I see that?
That was
You
the
know what
mind
an
clicking on you.
equation is, Nate? First of all.
Would it have an equal sign?
Yeah, this equals that. So how does that tell me that there's a multiverse, please? I want to see this equation. Please post it.
Shout out to Uncle Ben for the super chat. It says, cheers, Nathan. And then a little salute and a little hearty smiley face. Thank you very much for the super chat. 104 people watching. Please share the show if you've not done so already.
Okay, my last rebuttal to what this guy said was, yes, I am a believer. I never said I claim to know for a fact. And yeah,
Well,
I don't claim to know anything because everything is subject to change. And I have experienced interdimensional time travel. So
no, it's not. That's wrong.
I don't claim to know anything. I don't claim to
So
know
why are you
anything.
opening your shops
Other than
now?
that-
You're making a claim. You're saying, I don't know anything, but here's my claim. Everything's subject to change. You've just spewed another baseless
Oh my
assertion
God.
that is,
Okay,
stop
fine.
talking, please, sir. Please stop talking. I know it's embarrassing when someone who is clearly smarter than you points out how wrong your baseless assertion is after declarations that you don't know anything. Now, a smarter man would have shut up if he realised he didn't know anything rather than making a new assertion. Everything's subject to change? Oh my God. When will you learn? No, sir, you're wrong.
First he said he didn't know anything, and then he said, I make a claim. Do you realize that that's paradoxical?
Of course not.
Yes, the true nature of reality is a paradox.
No, it isn't.
Oh, brother. You're right. Have you heard
Bloody, this
Beaver?
is the hippy dippy idiot representation of flat Earth. That's what it is. Just us making ourselves look like stupid dicks.
Is everything being subject to change also subject to change?
No. The one thing that never changes is change itself.
So change itself is non-change then, strictly speaking.
Yes, this is the great paradox that I was telling you about that exists in reality. It's a paradox.
Yeah. I occasionally come across YouTube shorts where people who are hippy-dippy idiots start telling me how I should embrace paradoxes. Let your mind be free, embrace this paradox. No.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Yeah.
No, I have a foundation in reality. In this case, flat Earth measurements, but basically everything that you may believe about being on a globe is based on. And those foundations are what we built the world, expand the world with. So they're not subject to change. They haven't changed, and I'm still getting talked through by the guy who declares himself as an idiot and not knowing anything. Of course, he's still talking while I'm talking. Of course. You need to be heard while I'm talking, don't you, sir? because of how smart you are. Oh, my bad, you just declared you don't know anything. Also that everything's subject to change. And John mocked you, asking you if everything being subject to change was subject to change. That's us mocking you. You represent everything I hate about Flat Earth.
Yeah, you fucking
Shut
idiot.
up. You, sir, the mind, represent everything about Flat Earth I hate. The idiots that lead the general public to think we're worthy of ridicule. You are the reason for that. The pretender clown Muppet flat earthers like yourself, who go around talking crap, pretending to be smart, talking about philosophy and science, saying everything's subject to change. You make us sound like morons.
Has he heard of either?
Yeah, and
Yeah,
I
I'm
just
sick
want
of
to
it.
clear up my conversation for the audience as well, Nathan.
Good.
So the mind, yes, when you do a basic search, it's going to tell you that scientism agrees with the scientific method. But if you read further, it also states that it's there to push the boundaries of science into other realms, yeah, and include them somehow in science. So at 12 minutes past the hour in the chat, there's a definition here from, well, there's a statement here from embodiedphilosophy.com. What is scientism? So scientism today is alive and well, as evidenced by the statements of our celebrity scientists. The cosmos is all, is or ever will be, from Carl Sagan. The more the universe seems comprehensible, the more it also seems to be pointless, by Steven Weinberg. And the last one is, we can be proud as a species because of having discovered that we are not alone. So while these men are certainly entitled to their personal opinions and the freedom to express them, the fact that they make such bold claims in their popular science literature blurs the lines between solid evidence-based science and rampant philosophical speculation. Exactly what you're involving yourself in. Thank you.
And with that, I'm going to say, first and foremost, if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow. Yeah, thank you again for having us, as always. It's always fun on a Friday.
No.
No.
By the way, why am I hearing an echo?
Could be something with your sound?
Nah, it's something with your sound.
Nah.
When I was on mute after AJ was done with his little poignant definition right there, I said, and with that. But I was on mute.
Yeah.
And as soon as you said it right after I did, it struck me as hilarious.
Oh, okay. Yes, don't allude to.
Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah, it's always fun on a Friday.
Yeah, sorry. I wanted to clear that up, yeah, because I hate these hand wave dismissals and these nahs, and they just want to make you look silly, yeah. They just want to say, nah, scientism is science, that's the definition, but they don't want to back it up, and they want to continue to dismiss it, yeah. It just really annoys me.
Okay, I wanted to respond to you. Now that we're off stream, I did want to respond to that comment you made regarding the thing. You read that article regarding the thing of scientism, and you first read the definition of what scientism is, and then you continue to read the article and what the person gave of their own speculations. Like, the speculation of the person writing the article isn't included in the definition, and that's what you're doing. You're taking
It is included in the definition when they say they want to push the boundaries of the scientific method out into other realms and bring it into science. Yeah. So I did address that in the definitions that are placed on the internet. The problem is that you just read the headline that says that scientism supports a scientific method. Well, yes, they do state that. 100% they state that. But then they definitely tell you that they try to push those boundaries out into other areas and include it as science. And this citation that I've just provided from Embodied Philosophy just supports that. And in that citation, Carl Sagan, the cosmos, Steven Weinberg, etc., we can see that this has nothing to do with science. This is all to do with metaphysics and philosophy.
Okay, so why don't you just look up the Wikipedia definition? Why are you looking up an article? Because if you look up in Wikipedia or just any
Wikipedia
definition
definition.
in a book, any definitional book, because I don't know why, again, you're looking at articles. Just look at the definition for itself alone. It says science is the belief.
I did.
Scientism is the belief that science and scientific methods is the best or only way to know truth and
The truth?
how reality works.
Really?
That's literally the definition.
Really? Give us the scientific evidence for an apple right now. Go.
Why are you ignoring what I'm saying? Because this is literally the
I'm not
definition.
ignoring. I'm
And
right
she's
on
over here
topic.
saying the definition
I'm right on
says
topic.
something
I
about
didn't ignore it.
expanding.
I didn't ignore it. So give us the scientific evidence for a banana or apple right now.
I believe that scientific methodology ultimately comes down to a very speculative and based in pre-assumptions. So I mean, I don't know what you want me to tell you. I don't believe in your belief system.
Yeah, I know.
I'm
You don't know
breaking
what you're
down your
talking
belief
about.
system.
Yeah,
I'm breaking
we know
down your
you
belief
don't know what
system.
you're talking about. It's all non sequiturs. You just contradicted yourself 3 times. Oh, by the way, Nathan, Flatsy raised her hand a number of times. I think she has a question.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead, Flatsy.
I was going to say, just to support AJ, he gave you an article that supported what they defined scientism as, whereas if you know how to research anything, that's what you look for is a demonstration instead of just going to Wikipedia that is subject to change, like you like to say.
Yes, and people's interpretation of the truth is also subject to what? To misinterpretation.
Misinterpretation of the truth. Give an example.
Like a person being colorblind, seeing a color and they interpret that color the wrong way. Hold on, Reg, can you pop yourself on mute, please? Reg, Joe, you're causing audio chaos. Reg,
Why
Joe.
didn't you read the entire citation from Wikipedia?
Hold on a second, AJ. Reg, thank you. Because I thought the first part was sufficient enough.
Oh, so only the first part, like I
Hold on.
stated, was sufficient enough when I told you in other citations that I have here, not just Wikipedia, that the scientism pushes the boundaries of the scientific method into other realms. And this is basically what the end of your citation says in Wikipedia that you decided to leave out because it didn't suit your beliefs.
Yeah, because I don't think that was always there. Like I looked at it before.
I don't give a shit what you think, dude.
That wasn't always there.
You're fucking dishonest, yeah. You left it out. You're dishonest.
His comeback is, I don't think it was always there.
The Mandela effect got him. And we all seen it happen.
Hold on, hold on. AJ's outraged, and I don't blame him. He's just dishonest.
It's a fallacy of division.
No, I'm experiencing a different reality than you, and I'm not wrong.
Okay. Yeah, if you say that enough, maybe it'll be
Now
true.
you're experiencing a different reality. You're a bloody liar, and you can sit on mute lie.
Yeah, it's just lies. What's poison, man? The poisonous flat earthers we have in our community. It's just people. The fact that they're flat earthers and it's neither. People lie.
I hope that nobody ever tells my wife about that, the truth changes thing, because she will never admit she's wrong again if she finds that out.
Has she admitted she was wrong one time?
3 times.
Really? Does she have any sisters?
Right, I'm going to bid the guys in Politics Discord farewell. Hopefully we'll be welcome back next week. Thank you, moderators.
It was a pleasure.
Always a pleasure.
No
Keep it-
problems, and I'll keep my feelings to myself next week, Nathan.
don't take it the wrong way, AJ.
Yeah, remember, all around the globe, bro, we support you.
All around the globe.
All around the plate.
Around the globe, man.
All around the plate. I'm sorry.
Well, as I say, hopefully you'll be welcome back next week. Thank you very much for having us.
Peace.
See you
Thanks,
later.
Nathan.
Oh, that's not a good sign. All of my lights have just turned off. Can you still hear me?
We still hear
Yes.
Huh, I wonder what's happened there. Just give me a second. I've got to figure out why all the lights have just turned off.
you. Breaker box.
Well, now that everything's calmed down, I'll go ahead and point out. I think I might buy into that. What was it? I'm not wrong because it wasn't always like that. Oh my God. That dude was delusional.
Well, that was fun.
It was something.
There's always like a lull, you know, when they're all kind of like nervous and like, are you guys gonna go get your asses handed to you? And then we go, and then Nathan is thinking, oh, maybe nobody's gonna show up, but they come.
You build it, they'll come.
It's funny. As soon as Nathan leaves, the room just starts popping off with Globers. It's so funny.
Just go back in, just see what, just go back in on.
Oh, that'd be funny. Oh, sorry, I forgot something.
Yeah, I forgot. Anybody seen a pen?
It's just one light bulb. Just got to change it. Need to do it immediately, otherwise we won't have any light. The light's about to go any minute. As in, it's sunset here. Do I need to round out while I'm changing this light bulb?
Maybe
Oh,
we're
guys.
like, who's gonna talk next?
It's good to see Adam. Haven't heard from you since you've been here. So, evening.
You mean the other Adam, right?
Oh, is this Price of Adam talking?
It is Price, yeah.
Oh, well, good to hear from you as well. But yeah, I was talking about
What's
the Adam Meekin because I can see him. I can't see you.
Yeah. Evening, Adam. once you guys started calling it out though, like how hippy dippy it is, how esoteric and intangible everything is, it seems that the fringier ones of us, they're trying to push it even farther. You know what I mean? Like they're like they press that gas.
Mr. Oakley, we just had real time evidence of the Mandela effect. Have you got anything to say on that?
Is it subject to change?
Yeah, he read off his citation, but after he finished reading, he, someone else came back, and it had changed, and there was more to it.
No comment.
That sounds so bad when people do that.
Which part?
The part where they would rather assume that the entire history of the world has shifted instead of they were just wrong.
I don't know. We live in a very weird world, and technology is very weird, and it does strange things. I don't see why it couldn't alter something somehow, eventually.
So,
But
so this guy is
doesn't have to
reading off
do
the citation.
the topic.
So you
Go
think
ahead, my
that
fault.
this guy? So this guy, he's reading off an article on the internet, trying to define something, and someone double checks him 2 minutes later, and it's changed to completely destroy his point because things change on the internet.
I think about like Wikipedia and like, what is 15 years old at least probably. And I just remember that whole controversy over, anybody can change that. Anybody can, I guess, still.
Well, that would be a that would really, really be a bad place to try to get a citation from. Then would it not?
Yeah.
But the universe doesn't change.
I forgot who it was over at politics. It might have been One Big Pond or Flatman Can. They were looking at the NTSB, and then they were documenting pretty much how they changed it. They took away parts of the citations, and they put them under like a lock, almost like you had to message people. And I think even you guys were talking about it, but it's not hidden. Nothing is hidden. It's just kind of buried and then ridiculed away.
No, I accept that people mess around with references. I accept that. But it doesn't change the physical world or what was.
It's like it's not our fault that they did it this way. We're just looking at the flat part and showing you the flat part and saying that's every time. Every time it's the flat part. And they're walking on the stars.
Yo.
Yo.
Yes.
Go, man. I mean, got some breakfast. Let's go. Let's pick it up.
I had to bring up that thing about the adult film star earlier. I couldn't. It's been nobody wants to talk about it, so I had to talk about it. But it's interesting. I've said for a while that that election year, flat Earth was going to blow up, and it happened, and now we're dealing with it, and it's interesting to think that it's touched so many places that they all have to come from so many other areas, and it's very exciting, talking to a person that you have seen or at least seen the name of, and you get to tell that person that level's flat while they're just straight up insinuating that you're an idiot. It's nice.
You have a weird idea of what's nice, sir.
Are you high?
Yes.
Figured.
But I mean, that's neither here nor there. It's.
Hey, look here. If you didn't bring enough for
what
the
we're
whole
here
class,
for.
put it away.
Sorry.
I said, if you didn't bring enough for everybody, put it away.
Oh, pass it to me right now.
I mean, I've already passed it. Who's got it now? All right. Anyway, yeah, that's what got me stuck was seeing how sure people were and how quickly they'll attack a person for saying something as easy as level is flat, and that to bring some exposure to that to a larger stage is the whole point, and I like that.
Well, I don't think people really attack people for saying level is flat until they realize the implications of that statement. When you bring up, the entire Earth and mean sea level, then they want to argue about it being curved.
They're already kind of there with the idea that they're right and they're there to defend it, and that's why I think they would attack it all. Everybody thinks they're the one to bend level. Everybody thinks they're the one to prove that it's not that space that gas would fill. Nobody has it so far, and that's pretty cool.
Yeah, nobody will ever overcome an axiom. But it wouldn't make sense then, would it?
I mean, they call us the science deniers, you know what I mean? But then you tell them gas fills space and just watch them spurg out, watch them write paragraph against paragraph. Gas fills space. All I need is one sentence. I put my stuff into cliches because cliches are often true. You know what I mean?
Well, that's not a cliche. That's just a statement of fact.
What
Makes
in
it
the
even
hell
better.
is going on out there? Where's Nathan? Nathan!
How many Oakleys does it take to change a light bulb?
No, dude, did you flamethrow your own show? You leave politics server and this thing dies. Did you leave politics?
Yep. We're sitting in
What
that.
the hell is wrong with you?
He is being polite. I guess something was said about staying for 5 hours, that the moderators were having a hard time keeping up with the amount of triggered fundies that were attacking.
That's bullshit.
Yeah, because we just left a storm in our wake too. So as soon as we leave, guess who all pops up after?
Let's go back in.
Please.
I would laugh
Nathan.
my ass off if he did that.
Nathan, go back in. What'd I tell you? What are you stonewalling me? I'm gonna have to have a
Nah, he's
little
seen an
talk
open.
with you, mister.
He's seen an open point to go get his coffee down the street. You know what I mean?
There's no. He has a coffee machine in his house. I'll tell you what. I don't think you should be on the show anymore.
Or are you going to start a vote to kick Nathan off his own show?
Yes. This is bullshit. I come in here. I want to be in politics on a Friday. I should have done my other stuff that I had to do today and stayed yesterday. How long did you go over Whitson and Brian's video after I left?
I left about the same time you did.
Really?
I don't know if any more of it got played. Yeah, I don't know if any more of it got played than what it was.
It was like an hour and 30 minutes, the video. I just checked.
What a disappointment this is on a Friday.
I do like the idea of going back in, like just going back in and listening for a couple of minutes of what kind of nonsense is being allowed after we leave.
Nathan! Is he even here? Let me see.
I think I remember him saying something about his lights going out. And
He
said
had a
to
light
step away
bulb.
from the woman.
He had to change
You
a
had a
light.
light bulb go out?
So I said, how many Oakleys does it take to change a light bulb? That's what he left to do.
No, he said his lights, plural, went out.
Yeah, but then he came back and he said it was just this light bulb and that he needed to change it because it was dark out. It was getting dark outside.
Yeah, that's not a metaphor.
Yeah. I
Rip
can't
off.
defend that, Nathan.
Yeah, what's the speed of dark?
Hey.
I don't even know what that means.
Welcome to the club.
What's the speed of the absence of light? Choke yourself.
Well, you know, dark can't exist. So it has to be something.
Nicely done.
So what is the dark then?
I don't know. Must be ether.
Where's Brian at?
Get her.
Yeah, he was. It's been a couple years ago. He's like, I think these morons think that the dark is the ether. These morons are saying darkness is the ether. Like, he kept saying that. That's probably the next thing coming. Oh, I got one. What's the speed of stupid?
I imagine it's pretty slow.
Well, I have to find a way to measure how fast it's moving for it to be slow. Maybe stupid is not moving because it's already there, but it's really slow. You know, I just realized you can use the word stupid in place of ether. They're like interchangeable.
Go ahead, use it in a sentence.
I believe the stupid is propagating.
The stupid is propagating through something or propagating through nothing, but it's still stupid.
I was trying to think of another good one to replace the stupid with.
Are we still in Discord?
I believe so.
What the hell, Nathan? Hey, Discord, are you out there?
Yeah, man. What's up, Kiwi? I just reached out to. I mean, AJ got me either blocked or he's not getting my messages for some reason. But I just sent AI text. He's a mod over there. Would it be all right to come back for a little more? So sit tight if you want to go back. If not, I don't know what to tell you, bro.
Okay, appreciate it. Nathan!
Yeah.
You friggin' absentee landlord, you. Unbelievable.
I think I've got it. The
Got what?
the retardation of the speed of stupid means that stupid is everywhere and everything.
Oh boy.
That's a good one.
Thanks for that.
You can use retardation as like an indicator of the slowness of speed. And then you use stupid in place of ether.
Don't you got like a meatloaf sandwich you had to make or something?
Give me a break.
I liked it.
Loaf sandwiches?
Yeah, I do like meatloaf sandwiches. Yes.
This
Sounds
meatloaf
good.
sandwich
Oh.
is a straw man. I don't think I've ever taken a single bite of a meatloaf sandwich ever.
I have. What you do is you get a slice of meatloaf and you put it on 2 pieces of white bread, and then you eat it while you're working. And it's awesome.
Profound. No, I know how you could eat it as a sandwich. I just haven't ever.
But John, explain to her again.
Well, you take a slice of meat.
Guess what tonight is?
Wingies.
That's right. You got that shit right. Would have been last night. Would have been last night, but I was busy. I had stuff to do yesterday. Just keep on talking. Just keep on talking about food. He'll come back.
That's what I was about to say. You
Can you
remember
stop
that
talking
Tommy
about
boy
food?
where he was like,
There he is. I told you.
Yeah.
What is up with you flamethrowing your own show? Why'd you leave politics? What the hell is going on here?
Yeah, we can do it tomorrow. No worries.
Oh, we can't. It's Saturday. We're going to do Ballbuster Saturday.
There's not Ballbusters this Saturday, is there?
Yeah. Oh, my God. Are you with us?
I don't know. I think it's Monday.
This is. Are you still on medication?
Yes.
Your tooth still hurts?
Yes.
My God, man. That's still no excuse. Take us back into friggin' politics right now.
Yeah, we'll do it on
take over.
Friday.
We'll do it next Friday. No, we'll do it right now.
Right now. Let's go.
Let's go. You can leave. Go to sleep. We'll just go back in without you.
yeah, we want to hear what they're saying now.
You want to see what they're saying now?
Nah, I'm just messing with you. You need this little hour thing you got going on in politics on Friday. This Friday's the worst day out of the whole week.
It's a great day. Nothing wrong with Friday.
Politics. Nathan, why are you still in pain, mate?
Here we go.
Don't know.
Yeah, off you go. No valid reason for you to be in pain.
Yeah, no. I've had 2 courses of penicillin and another one that I told you the first one I had.
So what pain have we got right now?
Just, when it reaches the end of the day, it just hurts like I've got a toothache.
Maybe you have.
Antibiotics aren't working then.
It might not be the antibiotics, might not be an infection there. You might just still having a bit of exposed nerve or something like that. So it does need to go back, mate, I'm afraid. There's no reason you should not be significantly just sorted and better by now.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I've booked myself in for Monday already. I was trying to get in today, I just couldn't.
Brilliant. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, you can't do any quicker than that. That's fine now.
I mean, what she said to me last time was that the infection had almost gone and I could rely upon myself to get rid of it if I just wanted to trust my body to defeat it. But she gave me a prescription and said, if it seems like it's getting worse, go and get the prescription, which I did. But how it felt then is the same as how it feels now.
Right. Yeah, if you got that appointment, then that's fantastic.
Yeah.
Sounds like you got your infection's got an immunity to those antibiotics that she's prescribed to you or something.
Brother, it's amateur night now, diagnosing stuff.
That's it, yeah. Did your leg fell off yet? It's probably cancer. Let's check with Google. Let's make some shit up about antibiotic resistance.
That's because antibiotics don't work.
That's why people take them.
I don't say that.
No,
There is a resistance
you guys
to
just don't understand. The reality of penicillin and antibiotics is ever changing and ebbing and flowing. You just don't understand.
Yeah.
Manifestation
Far too
of a
complicated for
medication.
mere mortals.
We can't hear you, Adam. Somebody's over talking you and your mic sucks.
Yeah. Right. I'm in the car, that's all.
Yeah, sounds like it. Sounds like you're in the trunk of your car. What do you want?
I'm
You
in
asked
the
me.
front.
Huh?
I'm in the front.
The front trunk.
You had a question for me. I heard you say QE. What? What do you want?
Well, just checking whether or not your prognosis or the diagnosis and then treatment options agreed with mine.
What for? What?
Nathan.
Oh, for Nathan. Yeah, they're pretty much in line. Yes.
That's it. Approval by the consultant.
No, we're gonna get away from this because I have this itchy feeling that pretender clown flat earthers are running are in the vicinity, and they want to latch on to anything they think is from the secular society to try to tear it apart because they've been lied to.
Could
But
be serious.
they're shit-ass lawyers. They don't know what, subjects to go into. They'll just take all the subjects, right? Right? Antibiotics, germs, right? Ether, whatever it may be. They just can't help themselves.
That sounds like you.
Can't help themselves, can you? Yeah. You don't know. You don't know anything about dick, right? But you think since they lied about that thing that everything's a lie, right?
Everything
What are
is,
antibiotics?
everything is a lie. Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, told you.
See? I'm just repeating what you said. Of course, it's not a lie. They're all beliefs.
All beliefs. So everything's a belief.
Pretty much so. Pretty much so. What are you going to
vitamin
prove to me?
C. Let's test this. Is it our belief that vitamin C intake cures scurvy? Is that a belief?
You tell me. What's scurvy?
You tell me. No, I'm asking you. You said everything's a belief.
Yeah, it's a belief.
Oh, that's a belief.
What is scurvy?
So he asked me a question. What is scurvy?
Well, we need to define what you're talking about. That's only fair, isn't it?
Well, let's look it up then. Let's make sure we got our all ducks right.
What, you're going to Google it now? I thought you said you're not allowed to Google things.
I never. Who the fuck said that?
Said, oh, what we're going to do, Google it.
I didn't say that.
Oh, yes.
Are you delusional?
Okay, well, somebody did. Decided that that's obviously if we have a conversation.
I never said that.
We have a conversation about something.
I never said that, glue sniffer.
Who's just Googling stuff.
I never said it. What are you putting that shit on me for? I want to make sure we define this monkey correctly. I know what it is. I can tell you what it is, shorthanded, but I wanted to be exact. Is there a problem with that?
Scurvy is a deficiency of vitamin C.
Yeah, but that's not what scurvy is. You said what's scurvy. So I'm sure you're going to have
to description of a group of symptoms that we have. That's all it is. That's what anything is. We have a group of symptoms that we believe is a certain thing. So we give it a label. That's all. It's still a belief.
Oh, that's still a belief.
Yeah, just because you want to give it a name doesn't prove anything.
A name? It doesn't prove. Are you on drugs?
No.
That's the stupidest thing I ever heard.
Okay.
It's fucking moronic. It's scurvy. Words have meanings and shit. Stuff like that.
Different people have different meanings for different words. What I said was when we have
that's a law of identity violation.
When we have a group of symptoms.
It's a law of identity violation.
When we have a group of symptoms.
It's a law of identity violation then.
When we have a group of symptoms, we can give them a
law of identity violation. So back to your everything is beliefs. So do we believe that the word scurvy exists? Is that where we're going here?
No, it's just a word.
It's just a word. Yeah, it describes a disease brought upon from the lack of vitamin C.
Well,
is that my belief or is that what it is?
Gives the symptoms.
Is that my belief? What the fuck did I get myself?
It was scurvy. You wouldn't. You'd have. You wouldn't have you'd have a symptom, and then by giving the vitamin C, you can conclude that it matches the word scurvy description.
What?
That wasn't English.
That was incoherent nonsense, dude.
Yeah, well, if you don't understand it, that's not my problem.
Yeah, we don't understand your incoherent gibberish. That was moronic.
It wasn't.
You still taping, Nathan?
It was not moronic. If you understood what I said, then it wouldn't be moronic.
Oh, that's right. If I understood moronic, your incoherent gibberish, then it wouldn't be moronic. That's what you're saying, you dumbass.
Moment, somebody else says
you're a dumbass.
Yeah, you're a dumbass. So what?
You're a dumbass, man. So I got some pineapple here. Is that a belief?
See, now you're just being a dick about it. What I said was you have a symptom, a dis-ease of your body, which says, which gives a symptom. You're assuming that then if I take vitamin C and that symptom goes away, I had the word scurvy.
You had the word. Clown.
It's a descriptive word. Funny enough, if you lived in a different country, you might give it a different word, but it's still a description of a group of symptoms.
Yeah, thank you. Let's call it Ducal Slopergerts.
That's fine. If that, if that is cured by taking vitamin C, then that's what you can call it.
Yeah, Ducal Slopergerts. Okay. Is that still a belief?
It is until you figure out what the actual problem is you have.
What about the actual word, though?
Doesn't matter what the word is.
Excuse me. I just want a little bit of clarification. Are you saying that if you describe something that exists, that's a belief?
No. When you give it a name and you create something that you assume to that descriptive, that thing that's going on, then you can create a belief. Yeah. You would create a belief in anything that you see. Doesn't make it.
See, that's incoherent.
Why is it incoherent? Because you can't cohere.
We can't understand it.
It's because of the principles of logic. The way that we even derive languages is to have things that fit the categories of the laws: the law of identity, the law of excluded middle, and the law of non-contradiction.
Damn.
Right. So this thing that happens when you don't get vitamin C is called scurvy. It is a thing that happens.
So
what's
rickets?
So he asked you another question about another disease.
Okay. Anything that happens when your body has a lack of vitamin C will cause symptoms, and you can call it whatever you like. The fact is, you have a lack of vitamin C, and when you take some, your body will be fine. However you describe it, whatever category you put it in, whatever name you ascribe to it, doesn't make a difference. When you ascribe the name to it, it allows people to. It allows people.
Dude, stop talking. You're making a horse's ass out of yourself.
You can't let somebody finish a sentence. You're a clown.
You're a
You can't let somebody. Yeah, fine. If you say so.
You're an intellectual dumbass.
Yeah, and that's your answer to everything. That's your fucking intellect.
That's my answer to you. Not to everyone, just you for right now.
Well, that's great, but that's your intellect, isn't it? Call everybody a dumbass just because you can't figure out what somebody else.
Because I can't figure out your incoherent gibberish.
It's not incoherent gibberish. Johnny Boy says it's all.
Shut the hell up.
Johnny Boy says Johnny Boy's all right. You're the asshole.
You're a retard.
I just showed you that scurvy was something that happened. You accepted it and then moved on to rickets.
I was just pointing out it's a very similar group of symptoms that is derived and can do the same thing. When your body hasn't got enough vitamin C, it affects your bones as well, like calcium. So all I'm saying is we have a
calcium. Calcium's not bones, you moron.
Yeah, you're the moron because I didn't.
Yeah, say that. Like calcium.
You say that. See,
but is calcium bones?
Oh, now we're gonna. What your name's Wits it now? Where you want to?
Is calcium bones?
I didn't say that. You said that.
Yeah, you did. No, yes, you did. Yeah, you did.
What,
yes, you did.
What was the word?
That's why I stopped you. Yes, you did. You don't even know what you're saying.
All this because I suggested that a descriptive word, has a belief behind it. A descriptive word has a belief. So when I say cancer, you're going to tell me, oh, I know exactly what that is. Oh,
yeah, description isn't a belief. If I describe an apple, that's not a belief.
I'm trying to talk to you, John, because you just jumped down.
Shut up.
Let me just say, you jumped down.
Let me just say that you're an idiot.
Well, that's fine. You can say what you like.
You demonstrated it.
Doesn't make it
just
true.
a word.
That's
it's just
your
not
belief,
a description.
Boy.
It's just not a description, though.
No, it's your belief that I'm a dumb.
Yeah, no, it's not my belief. We described you and you demonstrated it.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Doesn't make it true. You're the
Doesn't make it
every
true.
day I
Oh,
listen to you
I think it
babbling
does.
on about how wonderful the words
I
that come
think
out
it
your
does.
mouth are, and everybody else talks shit. It's
I think it
boring,
does,
man. It's boring.
But you haven't listened to what we've said, and you
No,
become incoherent in
no, I didn't.
response.
What I said was
Well, you have.
the descriptive word of a group of symptoms is just can be a belief for anybody. Once you attach that, it becomes a belief. Because if their description is different to somebody else's, then it can't be true, can it?
What?
Okay, we'll try it again. We'll just restart, right? We're going to give, say, rake. Okay? If I say rake, it brings to mind a stick with some clawed things to pick leaves up, right? That's what you think of with rake when I say it, right?
We're talking about a group of a way
Yes,
of
I know
a
you
group
are,
of
but I think you need to go
symptoms.
back to
A
basics
group of
because I
symptoms.
think
We're
you
not
missed
talking
one
about a
thing.
physical item here now, are we? You know, I'm being told that I
What?
would be allowed to have that argument in a different conversation. So why would you now take some symptoms that a person has and compare that to a rake?
Because rake is a descriptive word of something that exists, right?
It's a physical item.
It can be a verb too.
If I can't get concessions, if I can't get concessions on basic stuff, right? That's why I went back to basics, just to get simple concessions. You're not going to give them, are you?
Well, you've got an issue with something that I said, where I said that a descriptive word of a group of symptoms can be described by many people as different things. That's all. That people's belief in the word doesn't always necessarily match up with what's actually happening.
Do you accept that a proposition can either be true or false?
Because the proposition is not a statement of truth or fact, is it?
Well,
You
given
got
that
yourself into this mess, Flatsy. You try to dig your way out.
Well, given that a proposition can either be true or false, applying the word scurvy to someone's disease is appropriate. And I don't see how you can argue against that.
Well, I said it was a group. It was
This is really stupid. That's what I said. They're pretend to clown flat earthers everywhere. There you go. Thanks. Thanks for confirming for us.
I'm going to go cry for a little bit. See you guys later.
I'm waiting
Oh,
on
God.
Oh, he's back. He went and cried, came back. The person that we were talking to, can you put a name on yourself, please, so we all know in the future?
no. You might as well just call me the pretender flat Earth person, just because I went. Just because I went to talk to somebody about.
No, I don't need a story. I just need a name.
No,
Thanks.
you just have what you like.
I'll figure it out.
Nothing's really good enough for
Can't
you.
follow simple instructions.
As I said, I went to speak to somebody when I was rudely interrupted with the comment about I was some kind of flat Earth know-it-all, whatever you described me as. And I just said, well, okay. So if you want to believe in something, then that's up to you. And yet, scurvy is just a description of a list of symptoms, same as cancer.
That's deep. Thanks, man. What's your name?
What's my name? My name's Craig.
What's your handle in here?
Don't have one. I'm Click OK Computers on the screen.
Oh, I figured, I thought I heard that name before. Okay, I'm sorry.
I've been talking to Nathan about his tooth last week, and if you think I'm crazy, but I swear by vitamin C, funnily enough, which is all I wanted to point out to him, because I gave him half a bottle last week, and I wondered if they'd helped at all. That was all.
Oh, so you gave him vitamin C. Why'd you do that?
Because I use it all the time. It's very good for you.
Now it's very good for us. So what is vitamin C's mechanism? What's its action?
It's a precursor to the building of certain elements within the body. But I am not.
Which ones?
Which ones? Lots. Actually, it's
no, not lots. There's a specific one.
Okay, I'm not sure what the specific ones are, but when we have a deficiency, those things break down. One of the ways that happens is your gums become very soft and your mouth gets sore. But there are a lot of diseases that are based around the scurvy symptoms.
There's a lot of diseases that are based around the scurvy symptoms. What?
Which is the symptoms of scurvy that we get. Just want to say scurvy is just a word that we want to jump on and latch on to, and then we got this specific model, which we know about models, but that's what it does. When you say scurvy,
what? How did we get here? What's the mechanism? What does it do?
I'll tell you what we've got here. Stop.
correct.
The reason we've got here is because Craig said, well, some people have a belief of what that means and other people have a different belief. And you said it's a law of identity violation. So it's a Socratic issue. That is to say, when you're communicating with one another, if you say scurvy, Craig, and QE says scurvy, but you have different ideas about what that means, then there's a problem.
Yeah, not disputing that at all.
It's just about meeting of terms, which is the Socratic method, which is to say, does your definition and my definition match? If not, why not? Let's figure out why and come to a position where we both agree that an apple is an apple or a rake is a rake. Then we can agree on what we're talking about when we talk about scurvy. But if you think it's one thing and the other person thinks it's something else, if you're talking about an apple and I'm talking about an orange, at some point there's going to be an issue.
Yeah, my difficulty was, it started because John jumped down my throat because I went to talk about vitamin C. And you can disagree with that. But somebody pointed out that I must be some crazy flat earth, believe anything, and I know everything because, which I just objected to. So we ended up down some crazy route of talking about scurvy.
I also blame QE.
Nah, that's not how it went. You said more or less that everything was beliefs in science or something to that effect. Maybe not explicitly, but implicitly. And then I just brought up, I could have brought up anything, but just happened to think of scurvy. That's how this all started.
Yeah, well, I didn't say science, not all beliefs in science, because we know there's scientific method, which is definitive. Yeah, the rest is beliefs. And a lot of words are helpful to people with beliefs because you say a word and they will concoct an image in their head, and that's their belief behind the word.
That's their belief? I don't know. That sounds really strange to me. Belief in a word?
Well, yeah. If you take McDonald's is what?
McDonald's is.
But if everybody stopped believing in it tomorrow and never turned up at the door, guess what? It would go away. So was it real or not?
They stopped believing in the company McDonald's or the word McDonald's? Which one? Or both?
Oh, but well, no, the company McDonald's, if they stopped believing in that, so we would stop believing and they would stop turning up and eating the food, and then eventually McDonald's would disappear.
That's not belief. That's trust.
Strange, man. Define belief.
No. That's the wrong word. Belief isn't. That's not belief. That's trust.
Is that trust?
That's why I said define belief.
But no, I'm just saying if they just just decide it doesn't exist anymore. We don't believe in it. I see what you mean by the word trust. Yeah, yeah. Well, if you said it didn't, if you believed it didn't exist, it's irrelevant. If it didn't exist, if that's what you believe tomorrow, then it would disappear, wouldn't it?
What? Huh? No, I think the whole problem is no. The whole problem is I think it stems from your use of the word belief. That's what this stems from. What does believe mean?
Believe or belief?
Both. They mean the same thing.
Well, if I didn't believe that McDonald's existed, and I
No, I didn't. No, I didn't ask you that. I asked you, what does belief or believe mean?
It means that you personally, not everybody, but you personally believe that something may or may not exist without evidence.
Nope, that's not it.
That's close
You
enough.
can't use the word in the definition.
Okay, an acceptance that something exists or is true, especially without proof.
Yep.
Sort of what I said.
Yeah, you just included the word belief in the definition, which just is a bit of a no-no, but you were close enough.
No, he wasn't close.
Yeah, he was.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah, he was.
No, you accept something without evidence. That's what belief means. So back to your McDonald's.
What do you mean accept something without evidence? I mean, if you can touch it, is that classed as evidence?
Depends on what you're touching.
With your McDonald's example, if I said there's a Wake-A-Weenie burger, right? If I convince you that there is a Wake-A-Weenie burger restaurant chain, they're everywhere. They're on every street corner. Well, if I don't demonstrably prove that there is a Wake-A-Weenie burger, and you say, yeah, okay, fine, there is Wake-A-Weenie burger, and you start telling people about it, then that's a belief because it's an acceptance of something that doesn't exist without any evidence for its existence. That's a belief.
Yeah, you're creating that belief for somebody else to believe in.
Yeah, but unlike McDonald's, it doesn't require belief.
Yeah, but we can say that it exists, but if everybody decided that it doesn't exist tomorrow and it disappeared, well, I know you're laughing, but if everybody decided that...
Why am I laughing?
Believe that it didn't exist tomorrow,
I'll tell you. You said, why am I laughing? I'm going to tell you why I'm laughing. Are you ready?
Okay.
It's not it's not subjective. McDonald's is not a subjective thing. Decisions are made with subjectivity. This is a complete category error. That's why. I can't decide that apples don't exist tomorrow. What?
But you can boycott a business out of business.
It's just step away from the business example. It's the subjectivity we're trying to focus on, Flatsy.
I was going to say that it wouldn't mean that it doesn't exist. It would just mean if you wanted it to go out of business, you boycott it.
Thanks. How can something exist and then people decide it doesn't it doesn't exist? That's it's non sequitur.
But you said we don't need any evidence, so therefore
I said we don't need any evidence. What?
No.
What was your explanation of the word belief then? Say it again.
Oh my God.
No, it's defined as an acceptance of something. So in other words, we're talking about something specifically that has a subjectivity to it, like unicorns. So if you accept that unicorns are true without proof, that's a belief.
No, we already went over this. How can apples exist? How can everyone make a decision the next day that apples don't exist when they exist?
We have to agree on what apples are. So that's back to the Socratic method. We must agree. If you're going to question, if we're going to have a validity to question in apples, we must both agree first what we're talking about. Because you might be talking about this Xena plant that really doesn't exist when you say apple.
Oh my God. This is friggin'. Are you guys on acid?
Yeah, slightly. Mostly crack.
I don't believe it does.
Adam, are you listening to this?
I'm trying not to.
The reason I'm still in pain, though, Adam, is when they x-rayed my skull, they said that the infection had eaten away at the bone So there's just now an empty space where the tooth's hanging around in. So that's probably why it hurts. So I don't know if that means just, yeah, the antibiotics have been successful. There's no longer any infection. I've just got to wait for bone to regrow or not. I don't know.
And they said, go away and just sit in pain for an indefinite period.
No, they said we might have to yank the tooth out.
Yeah, that's not you will be at home in pain constantly forever and a day. The two are, it's a non sequitur response.
Yeah, but that sounds like I'm going to have a tooth removed.
Well, that or constant pain. By the sounds of it. There's a problem, yeah? It did the work to fix the pain. There still would be residual pain, yeah, due to swelling and infection. It's been that long now, the swelling and infection should be gone. So you shouldn't be in any pain if they did the job right. Now, if it's down to the residual cavity that's been created, which sounds a bit weird, what? Well, that cavity is not going to fill, so the pain's not going to stop on its own, so you've got to go back.
Fair enough. But if they say, well, the only solution is to remove the tooth, have I just got to accept that?
If that's what they say,
It's
then
a
you say,
perfectly
well, how
good
much would it
tooth.
cost?
There's
I mean,
nothing wrong
not
with the
that.
tooth, though. Ugh.
Well, I lost a couple of teeth at the back. Makes it a bit more interesting when you're chewing nuts, but it's better than being in constant pain.
Fair enough. So there is no
What
in
if
between then. There's no, oh, you what they say is deteriorated through the period extended that it shouldn't have been of having an infection there has affected the bone. That won't heal.
Well, I wouldn't have thought so if the bone's gone, but that sounds a little extreme in its description anyway. So I'd be going back and saying, right, first of all, I'm in pain. Why am I still in pain? The tooth extraction is a separate issue.
Okay. She also
What if we
said,
all? What
last
if we
thing.
all decide tomorrow? It's my turn. What if
Sorry.
we all decide tomorrow that you're not in any pain?
I could just pretend it's not there. You're right.
Just believe it's okay.
But that is kind of what I'm doing, though. If, in a way, I'm saying no. If I could, just enough time elapses, it'll fix itself.
No, don't you entropy denier.
It's just going to get worse.
Yeah.
How lovely.
So we back up. So now that you changed the topic back to your pain, a little self-indulgent, are you? Click OK. We good? I guess so.
I would have stepped in.
Elijah.
I would have stepped in between you, but
about you.
there was audio chaos at my end of the mic with my kids squabbling while you and Craig squabbled, which was quite amusing.
Really?
Yeah.
Thanks. What if your kids decide that they weren't squabbling? Hey, Elijah, you still here?
Got a fireworks display soon.
Got what?
Going to a fireworks display. For the time I've lived here, we overlook a school, and that school lets off fireworks each year. And what we typically do is, well, in recent years, plop the kids on the worktop and they just look out the window when that display happens. But we've never actually been to the display. So tonight we're actually going to walk around the corner to the other side of the block and actually go into the school and pay the 14 quid to watch the display in person rather than from our window.
Did anyone ask you what you were doing this evening?
Everybody wants to know what I'm doing.
Going to be a ball buster tomorrow, or are you going to weasel out because you're in pain?
I haven't decided yet. It varies day to day.
All right. Guess what we're doing tomorrow?
Let's just put it this way, right? I'll give you a justifiable reason, right? Today, my wife walked walked home from the garage after dropping the car off, and then when they said the lights are done, she walked back to the garage, which is some distance, to get it. Now, given that is the case, and I'm going, no, I can't do that. I feel bad. If she sees me participating in Globusters tomorrow and gives me an earful for it, I don't want that. So, she's not actually been listening. Sorry, that was pointless. She's not even listening. She was supposed to overhear that subtly.
That's what she said to me when she dropped off your controller.
Oh, did she drop it off? Oh, brilliant. Oh, she is ace. The guy walks
It's only
backwards with it.
£10, Nathan.
Say
I
again?
do provide sick notes if you need it. What?
I feel selfish because I do my own show, don't I? Right? And my own show is including Ballbusters because it's ours, right? So that's mine.
Yes.
So, you know.
Yep. And what's the point? I didn't hear a point in there.
And I'll be there. Probably be there. Almost certainly be there.
I understand. I mean, if you're in pain, I got it. I understand. I mean, I'm just saying, are you going to be there or you're not? If you're not there, okay, that's fine. Adam and I will take care of business.
I was going to say that's the solution. If I'm not relied upon, that's the ideal.
And I'm just chopped liver.
Well, no. I mean, Adam's turning into the VC. So
I'm distracted. My youngest is going off to gymnastics, so I wasn't listening to any of that.
Adam, he's Charlie.
The Charlie, right.
Yeah. So, but if you start listening to the show, you're definitely going to come in. You know you are.
Exactly.
Yeah. Soon as you hear Witsit contradict himself again, you'll be right back in there.
I'll be in there to go, do we really need you to summarise what's completely obvious to everybody listening, Quantum? I'll be there doing that, yeah.
Oh, that stuck with you. Yeah. Now, yeah. You know it. Why don't you tell us 30 times again? What I'm trying to say to you now that I had breakfast is every time you do that in succession, it gives the impression that your audience is morons. They understand what's going on. You don't have to revamp every single part of the conversation every 10 seconds.
Okay, I'll remember that. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I'll take that on board.
It's just constructive criticism.
It will be when you're receiving it. It will absolutely be constructive criticism when you're on the receiving end of it.
Yeah. You do it constantly. It drives me up a wall.
So do you. You do that constantly.
Yeah.
We don't get three. Not only do we not only get past 3 words, you normally repeat them.
I do repeat them to make sure everyone understands what that person just said.
Because everybody's deaf, aren't they? Nobody can hear what you just heard. They need you to repeat it.
That's correct.
Tastes good.
Yes, that's correct.
Did the audience lose the ability to hear the bit you heard? We could do this all day, tit for tat.
That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. It's just it seems to have triggered something with your ego. I'm okay with it because I know that's what I do. That's fine. I'm guilty of that.
I said to you, that's what I do when you're running a YouTube show. If I put no interjections in, I may as well not exist when we're responding to a video. I said to you, I might as well just play it. And you're like, yeah, just play it. You're like, well, they could just go to that guy's channel and play it there, couldn't they?
Yep.
Yes, I have to add redundant waffle about what's just happened to make it clear that it's just happened. What you saw just happened. Just so you know, that happened. What you just saw happen. People need to hear that. It's important.
Another thing, it has to do with being concise and stop talking. When like you're in a sort of quote unquote meat hook debate with somebody and you make your point, don't keep talking. Stop.
Okay, thank you. I'll try that.
Just stop. Don't keep on talking and talking, and then the person's going to interrupt you because they want to respond to what you just said, but then you rehash the whole conversation again. Don't do that. It sounds like you're trying to divert away from the issue. It gives that impression that you don't want to hear what that person has to say.
Okie dokie.
When it happens again, I'm going to stop it and I'm going to give it's better when you have a live example.
Oh, that'd be wonderful. Thanks. I Can't wait.
There's just a couple small critiques, man.
That's brilliant. In the middle of the live debate, when I'm summarising something that I feel needs reiteration in summary, you're going to interrupt and say, this doesn't need reiteration in summary. We all got it.
Yes.
Oh, thanks. I really look forward to that. Hopefully it'll just disintegrate any control in whatever medium we're in with the people who are at that point under complete control.
Yes. It's good to provide a live example. Yes.
Yes.
I know what and Nathan is going to say. Thank you very much, Quantum Eraser.
Yeah, thanks, QE. Yeah,
Thanks,
that's
Brian.
what he's going to do. I just thought that too, Brian.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, Brian. Brian, he suffers from that same disease.
I think he's got a lot worse case. I think I caught it from him.
Uh-huh. And it happened during the Witsit little charade yesterday.
Oh, it happened a lot of times, because I forget what I'm saying. So I'm saying the same thing that I can remember three times, so I can get to the thing that I'm trying to remember.
He's so bleeding honest. I do that because I've forgotten the thing I'm talking about. In the middle of talking about it, I have to keep saying the same thing. Eventually, I'll remember what I was going to be talking about as I was talking about it, and then I talk about it after I've repeated the things I didn't need to repeat. But I'd just forgotten what I was saying while I was saying it.
It happens.
It's a constant reminder of the topic I'm discussing.
I believe that Brian wouldn't have to do that if people didn't interrupt him.
Yes, Adam.
Brother.
Are we critiquing that video tomorrow? Then we are on board with that.
Absolutely.
No, we're not going to get to that one just yet. We got to finish off 1724. We're not done with that one yet.
I have no doubt I have a bit of critique coming my way on that one, but I've already disclaimed the issue, so problem solved.
You disclaimed what issue?
What? My issues on that debate.
Oh, you already disclaimed. Did you disclaim them after I left?
Well, I just disclaimed it there a minute ago. Now, whatever other problems I have in there, fair enough. I'll accept whatever.
You know what? I went back last night. I was bored. I went back and listened to some more of that video. Now I remember the circumstances around that. Do you remember when I told you I will not do a treatment on that? That was when I told you. Remember that?
Why?
I told Brian because
I said some stupid stuff.
Yeah.
Well, sure, I'm okay with being critiqued, though. I told you I'm fine about that.
You can just leave those bits out.
No, I can't. You have to critique everyone.
No. You're above all that, Brian.
Brian, I don't know why the topics up for that discussion was photons and then quantum mechanics. You shouldn't have done that. It was just a tactical error on your part. Why was that in the discussion anyway?
He chose it. The topics were chosen by him. Yeah.
Yeah, the moderator kept pointing out that the chosen subject of discussion was going to be, what was the list again, Brian? You did give it, and did hammer. Can you remember what the topics of discussion were, Brian? There was 3 specific ones.
It was photon and 2 others.
Ether, photons, and...
Ether, I got them. It was ether, electrostatics, and photons.
Yep, that's right.
There might have been one more. What's this?
I've not had a chance to see it yet, but the title caught my eye. Witsit flips it, totally ditching flat Earth. So this is now an accusation at Witsit from McToon. I've yet to see it. It's 3 hours long, but seems to be focused on, don't know really, but the title says Witsit's ditching flat Earth, which is a odd accusation for the ballers to be thrown at him.
It's coming from a booger eater. Why would you even entertain it?
Yeah, I would say that he's not a trustworthy source.
Never.
You're going out on a limb there, Flatsy.
Oh, but if I had to guess about the flips, it's flat Earth versus geocentrism.
Why don't you start at the beginning, Adam? Let's get a flavor for this thing.
It's 3 hours. I'll try and skip through it and see if there's anything pertinent, but this is killing me.
Maybe he'll come out with the main point right at the beginning.
No chance. It's McToon. These are Wixit slides, aren't they? That is.
Yes, I've seen those before.
I won't bore you with it now, but I'll have a look. It's there anyway in McToon. It's a few days ago.
Okay, well, hold on a second. I'll be back in like a minute, but I got another little topic that Flatsy might be interested in too that I seen yesterday in that debate. So give me a minute. I'll be right back.
Just, we'll just be here waiting. See, if I go anywhere, I take you all with me because you're on my phone.
Well, even if you go to the loo?
I didn't hear you. What?
Well, even if you go to the loo?
Flatsy doesn't do that.
No, I wouldn't do that. It's not very ladylike.
What, to go to the loo or take the phone to the loo?
I would excuse myself for that one. My phone doesn't have to be with me everywhere I go.
I can't go to the loo without my phone. Modern day newspaper.
All right, I'm back. I know you're hoping I'd be here quicker, but
We timed you.
how long was it?
I'm lying. Not true.
Okay, I think it would be easier if I got that video. 1 sec.
QE.
What?
I need you to do a treatment on that thing because it's not because I need to know what it is I'm totally wrong about. There are some things I know I'm wrong about.
What things did you know you're wrong about? Let's start there.
Well, describing the photon, I didn't have that description correct. I know I didn't have that description correct.
Yes.
I'd have to hear it in context the other things. I can't remember all of the debates, but I know the description of the photon was correct.
Yeah, that was one. I can't remember everything, but it was that whole topic. You should just let that go. So, hold on a second. Let me get the part. And I think Flatsy was talking about this a week ago in Ballbusters. So, hold on a second. Going. Let's see where the part is. This is the part. Let's start it right about here. Let's see what happens.
Maybe they refer to it. So, well, it depends. No, they don't actually.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, instantaneous. No, they don't.
No, dude, they.
Quantum field theory and stuff. That's not quantum mechanics.
Quantum mechanics, like the study of even neutrinos and stuff, they thought, oh man, neutrinos is going to break our application of special relativity on the small scale. Dude, they use special relativity in quantum mechanics.
What's he on about? What's he babbling about?
Yeah, when relativity both are in direct contradiction to it. Look at the look on his face.
Yeah, look at the face. That's that. Yeah, it's his own NVC questioning himself. Look.
Yeah. So let's continue. So
You've been
okay.
drinking the QE Kool-Aid too much.
Oh, the QE Kool-Aid. What did he think? I'm Jim Jones?
That's not quantum mechanics.
Here, can I share my screen to debunk the photon?
Yes.
But hold on.
No.
Hold on. What about neutrinos? What's it? Whoa.
Special relativity and quantum mechanics. Stay there.
Well, you know how he is. He's all over the place. But you can't force him. This is on tape.
Yeah, but what are you debunking?
The photon.
But it's a but you're not debunking quantum mechanics.
I think Witsit thinks that quantum mechanics is just about photons. I think that I get that impression from him. He's a real glue sniffer.
I'm debunking the photon.
It's a description. It's a description.
He couldn't debunk a soup sandwich.
We can move on. You've admitted that basically it's just a description. You have no actual physical evidence for it. It's just a concept, right?
It's a description of the interaction.
Can you see my screen, Brian? You see this? Okay, so look, it's a polarized lens. Watch. We're going to put another polarized lens in front of it, okay? Okay, see, so the light's coming through it. So the idea is that light's particles, physical photons coming through the lens, right? Now we turned it 90 degrees. You see it blocks the light out, right? So if there are physical particles called photons, if light's made of photons, it's coming through these lenses, okay? So and once you turn the second lens 90 degrees, it blocks it out. You see how it's black there as they line up 90 degrees. Now watch what happens when you add a third lens. When you bring the third lens in, look, wait for it.
I stepped away for a second.
Boom.
What's he doing with? It's just showing polarized light, right? I stepped away for a sec. Get an ice cream.
You missed the boom when he put the middle one in. Boom, said Witsit. So okay, so how does this? You went from A to Z. Can we get B, C, D, E, F, G? How does this debunk a photon, please?
The light comes back. Watch this. As you put it in the front. Wait, look. As you put it in the front, you can make it come back even in the front. Wait, how's that happen? How's the light come back?
Oh, how did that happen? Well, tell us. Is this another question proof?
Wait, I thought that the physical photon was blocked by the second lens.
The physical photon was blocked by the second. You thought that? Why did you think that?
What are the lenses there?
It's called the Venn diagram paradox.
Venn diagram paradox. Is this a Venn diagram?
No, what are they made of?
What'd you say?
What are the lenses made of? Could you put it back up a second?
Oh, yeah.
Would you share it again?
Did somebody catch the part where it debunked photon as a physical particle?
Or what does this have to do with quantum mechanics or double slit experiments? What's this got to do with anything?
Nothing. He said he's going to debunk the photon like a moron that he is. I didn't get the part. He said, wow, and look. Oh, boom. Is that it?
When there was, why does that happen?
Yes, and his question proof. Yeah, that's it. That's all he's got here.
So we can get to see it.
But it's called the Venn diagram paradox or the quantum paradox.
Quantum paradox. Are you sure? Did you just make that up?
Yeah, I thought it was called the polarizer paradox.
He said it was the quantum paradox. Can somebody please define that for me? Anyone?
He made it up.
I think he's just made it up.
He just made that shit up. That's what he did. He made it up. And I don't know whether he thinks that this debunks quantum mechanics or a photon. Really? You didn't demonstrate any of that, you glue sniffer. He doesn't understand dick. Nothing. He's just like an incoherent second grader. Let's see what else. I can't remember what he does.
Okay,
Here,
I just wanted to see it. That's all, because I wanted to just ask a few questions about it. What are the lenses made of? What is it? Is it glass? Is it a type of plastic? What is it made of?
Some of them are made out of plastic. It's a little film. It's a little piece of film that's like polarized.
Yeah, like would you be used with stage?
Is it like polarized or is it polarized? What does polarized mean?
Shows and that kind of film.
Oh,
Is
with
it? Or is
glasses,
it more
like
special?
sunglasses.
That kind of thing.
Like polarized sunglasses. That's a great description. Thank you.
Right. So
Yeah, polarized lenses.
I don't see what's happening here.
Okay, think about.
Wouldn't it block it if it was waves also? How does this debunk it as a particle? I'm not getting it.
I'm not getting anything. I don't even understand what he's trying to show.
To be honest, I can try to stillman it for you if you would like.
Yes, please.
Why?
I want to understand what he's not.
I was just gonna let you know what they say.
Well, no, I'm looking at. I'm evaluating what he says.
That's good. Yeah, you should. Yeah.
What does somebody else say? Something else?
Yeah. The way that they gave me the polarizer paradox, and it had like a diagram on it. So the striations of the polarized film on each of those, like they go in certain directions.
Sure.
So when you turn them a certain way, it blocks one wavelength, which because they say it's like certain different planes of the wavelength. One would be horizontal, one would be vertical, and another,
That's what they say.
Yeah.
That'd be wrong.
That's what the diagram. That's what the diagram gives you, and it like each of the striations, because they're so narrow between. It will block one, like maybe the vertical wavelength, and only let through the horizontal wavelength.
Vertical wavelength.
Yeah, this is bollocks.
Yeah, I'll give you a diagram so you can see what I'm talking about.
It's taking a concept of light as a wave and describing light waves traveling through slits in these polarized films, but light doesn't behave that way.
Right. So yeah. So the wavelength of given the diagram that was shown to me, like the striations would block off one set of wavelength that would be going in one direction but letting through like another direction, and then the second one would cut off the horizontal because the striations would be put like vertical. So
this is really painful.
I know I'm only trying to give you what they're presenting to me.
That doesn't make any sense. Thanks.
Think about this.
Thank you, though. Thank you,
light's
Flatsy.
a physical part.
Go ahead.
I'm just thanking Flatsy. At least I'm vaguely under the apprehension of what's being claimed in this polarization paradox. Thank you.
Particle called the photon that comes through the lens. As I add another lens and it blocks out the light, now the photon's being blocked.
Huh?
But if I add a third one, all of a sudden it comes back. But the second one should still be blocking the physical particle called the photon. That's why it's called the quantum paradox.
No, it's not called that. You just made that up. And what you just said, you didn't prove anything here.
Also,
you think
in his description, he's under this apprehension that what's demonstrated, for example, linked below this video, right, with the Morgan Freeman demonstration, where in order to produce a single quantized chunk of light, they have this elaborate setup with this laser, argon pump laser thing, right, that produces a single quantized chunk and fires it at the double slit, right? Well, in that example, you've got a very controlled circumstance where light is coming effectively one at a time. Yeah? Well, he thinks that when he's just in a room that's saturated with light, that somehow one photon's going to be comprehensible in the example he's showing with these polarized lenses. This is the stupidest crap I've ever heard. He's describing it like it's quantifiable with one, isn't he?
I have no idea. It's all non sequitur.
He's saying,
his rationale.
What he just said was, does the photon make it through? Well, what do you mean? This isn't a scenario with one photon. What are you babbling about?
And then he calls it the quantum paradox that he made up that doesn't exist. It's moronic.
can't be explained with every mathematical trick they've come up with.
Every mathematical trick they've come up with, like what? Go one mathematical trick.
Does maths explain
Wow.
things?
Did they block invisible light? Do you know what I mean?
But they can't explain it.
I was actually asking him there, if you hear what my questioning was, I was asking him, what's that made of? I said, is it like what they use on a stage? Because on stages, Nathan will know, they'll block out certain light at certain times for certain reasons. And I was asking him, what's that made of? What's the purpose of that thing? I can't remember where it was going, but it was somewhere like that. It's like a certain... I didn't know that. I didn't see how it debunked anything myself.
Well, it's equivocating. I'll tell you what he's doing. He's equivocating the... Did you call them striations in the polarized lenses, Flatsy?
Yes, it would.
He's equivocating between the striations in the polarized lenses and a slit in quantum mechanics. That's what he's doing.
You think that's what he's doing?
Yeah.
Nah.
Whoever's talking is roboting.
Go ahead.
Not even close. My bad. My bad.
Oh God.
It debunks the photon. This can't happen if.
How does this debunk a photon? How does this can't happen? Is this another question proof? How can? Yeah, let's hear his question proof.
Trick they've come up with, they can't explain it. It debunks the photon. This can't happen if.
I don't see how the photon is a description. So how do you debunk a description?
So then you admit the photon hasn't been proven. It's just a description. It's just a concept.
Yeah, but the photon describes that interaction.
So it's not real.
Okay, so I describe an apple. So the apple's not real, or the description's not real. Hey, click OK computers. This is right up your alley. Did you hear that? Let's play it again.
Who did debunk a description?
So then you admit the photon hasn't been proven. It's just a description. It's just a concept.
But
the description the concept, or is what you're describing a concept? Let's say I describe a banana. What's your question? Is the description real of the banana, or is the banana real? You fucking idiot. Sorry, sorry. Nathan. This is stupid.
But the photon describes that interaction.
So it's not real.
Yeah, but it's...
What's not real? The description or what you're describing? And who dresses you in the mornings? Mr. Fag Magoo?
The interaction is real.
So it's describing something real, but it's not real.
The interaction is not what's used within interferometry.
Well, I agree with that. So I agree with the physical interaction.
Yeah, but
I disagree.
So there's a physical interaction, but light's not physical.
With photons.
Trying to debunk a physical photon when in quantum mechanics, they're not even claiming the photon is physical.
Yes, they are. Energy is considered physical. That's dude.
Energy is physical.
Wait. If light,
he's correct.
Yeah, why are you saying it's not physical, or is this the bit that you were hesitant to critique this on, Kiwi?
It's it's a big part of it. I wish it wasn't even in here, but yes.
No, let me tell you why I'm saying what I'm saying. He said energy is physical, and I said yes. What I was trying to get to, I don't even know if I got to it, is I watched a documentary many years ago about quantum mechanics before I met NEV, before Flat Earth. And it just happened to be on TV. And they were stating, and they were going through the double slit in it, and I think the quantum eraser. Now, I can't say because I don't fully, I haven't learned about the quantum eraser. But the point being is that they were stating that light was instantaneously turning up somewhere else. And the way they were describing it to the audience watching the documentary was that it was like, it was one place, then it was another place, instantaneously. They were basically stating that they couldn't give it a speed. It was just one, it was here, and then it was there, and there was no, they couldn't give it a difference in time. So they were kind of describing. Now, my memory, maybe I didn't describe it correctly from my memory, but we were basically stating it was instantaneous, that there was no speed of light, that there was no, that was where I was
That's not
going.
the issue. That's not the issue.
That's not the issue, though.
Yeah, the issue is that you're denying that it's energy in terms of its physicality.
When he said that, I agreed with him. When he said that it's physical, I agreed that energy is physical.
Let's go back. Let's go back. This isn't going to turn into an evaluation of your performance here, Brian. That's not why I put this.
If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. That's it. At least it's like a weaker subject.
That's not why. That's not why I pulled this.
Let me just clear this up, Brian. Do you know for sure and without a doubt that photons are real?
Yes.
Well, then that's cleared that up.
Go ahead, Flatsy.
So I found this reference. All of the references to this polarizer paradox that they keep is Feynman from the Feynman Lectures on Physics, Volume 3, Addison Wesley reading of 1965, N. David Merman.
Okay, thanks. Thanks.
Oh, there's 4. Okay.
That's okay. If that's where that's not where he's getting his information from. What's it? He didn't mention any of those. That's what I'm concerned with.
Yeah, this
sorry,
is what
I know it's Feynman, but this isn't physics. I don't care. It's come from Feynman. This isn't physics.
Yeah, it's not. Well, he's not a physicist.
Well, this isn't physics, but you've just, anyway.
Yeah, let's hear what Brian said. Let's get let's start evaluating Brian's performance.
A physical photon, when in quantum mechanics they're not even claiming the photon is physical.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, that was the issue, Brian. That's it. Move on. That's it.
I gave my context around why I was saying what I was saying, but no, I was wrong to say it wasn't physical.
You shouldn't even been in this conversation. Look at him. He's a fucking idiot.
Yes, they are. Energy is considered physical. That's dude. Wait. If light's made of photons, but it wasn't physical, then how come I can burn things with lasers?
I'm gonna play that again. 1 second. My wife is behind me.
Oh my god! Like what the? He asked the craziest questions, and he thinks it really makes sense.
Yeah, he doesn't refer to the existence of his eyeball. He refers to a laser. I like it.
Yeah. All right, I'm back with you. I'm gonna play that again. Everyone, listen up.
It's physical.
Yes, they are. Energy is considered physical. That's dude. Wait. If light's made of photons, but it wasn't physical, then how come I can burn things with lasers?
Oh, I didn't catch that part before. He's using Brian. Yeah, that's right. He's right. Look at Brian. Why are we even here? You hear what he said? He's playing on Brian's statement that light wasn't physical.
Yeah, he is. When I was talking about energy being physical, I was talking about thermal energy, electricity, things like that. When I said it's like that the photon is not physical, I was talking about it being not like it not being like it's not infrared radiation, if you understand what I mean. So that doesn't mean I was correct. I'm just saying that's where I was going.
Hang on, they're not claiming there's a physical thing going from A to B in quantum mechanics. In quantum field theory and stuff, yes, because quantum field theory
So are you. That's your proof for your ethers. Remember the difference in the travel of light? You clown.
It's not quantum mechanics. Things like that use the word quantum. They're adding in things like general relativity, which adheres to C and adheres to physicality of something go from A to B. But within quantum mechanics, they say they don't know. That's what they actually say. We don't know what's happening between A and B.
All right, man. Look, this is over. You've admitted it's just a description. We can move on to electrostatics if we still have time. If you want us to do that,
but you're trying to debunk something that's based within Einsteinian, right? Einsteinian.
No, not based with Einsteinian. No.
General relativity.
No, most definitely not.
That is not within quantum mechanics. Quantum mechanics.
Special relativity is in
opposes
quantum mechanics.
relativity.
No.
My point being is he's straw man in quantum mechanics.
Yeah,
That's my
I see
point
where
there.
you're going. Okay, so he said special relativity is in quantum mechanics. Okay, show.
Special
No, it isn't.
quantum mechanics doesn't work with general relativity. It does work with special relativity.
How so?
No, it doesn't.
What is special relativity? Then what is quantum mechanics, which he won't be able to define? And how is it in there? Show.
It's not. They're separate things.
Yep. They're not only separate, they're contradictory.
Quantum mechanics doesn't work with any of them because special relativity.
No. He said he's claiming non-existence. You have to show evidence for your claim. So you got two fallacies here: proving non-existence and shifting the burden of proof. You fucking clown. Sorry.
Whereas C is not. Quantum mechanics does not adhere to C.
Why not?
Because they say light is instantaneous. How can the light be instantaneous?
They don't say that.
They don't say that. Who are they?
How can they work with special relativity when that must adhere to the two-way speed of light calculation?
Hey, how can light be instant if it? So you agree that light doesn't travel?
Well, if he does, then you're screwed. Because your poster child proof for your ether was the difference in the travel of light. Did you forget about that?
There was something else in this debate I'd forgotten about, and I think this is where I was going with it. But I got sidetracked because of this is earlier in the debate.
All right.
His claimed measurements, now that involve a rate, a speed, concern interferometry, right?
Yes.
But that whole how they calculate the rate and the speed that they're talking about is based around C, the two-way speed like calculation. So it's not a measurement. How can it be a measurement if it's adhering to a calculation?
Well, they're not measuring the speed in interferometry. They're measuring the interference pattern. So you have the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable.
When he's talking about his claims, he's talking about a rate and a speed at different directions. But all of that is based around a two-way speed of light calculation.
Yes.
Yeah. So he can't have a measurement if he's talking about that.
Well, it's funny. You tried to get him. I don't know how many times he repeated his same claim over again. It was a question proof because he never claimed what the measurement was and what he was measuring. Never. During this whole debate.
No, he didn't. He avoided it.
Yep. He just said, I think his main point was that interferometry is a very, very specific and highly accurate measurement. So what? And he's a clown. Yeah, he's a moron.
Sorry?
So you agreed in light.
I don't know. I don't know what light is.
How can it be instant if it travels?
Sorry?
Travels instantly?
How could it be instant if it travels?
It goes really, really fast. Instantly. That's out.
I don't know. I don't make claims about. I don't know what light.
Please don't answer questions, man. So obviously something can't be instant.
You're asking me does light travel, and I'm saying I don't know. I'm only giving you.
You said it was instant.
Mechanics position.
You said it was instant.
One second. They don't work with special relativity.
Go ahead, Platty.
Gas still travels instantly. So why would that be some sort of? Why would there be some sort of contention with that?
Well, gas doesn't travel instantly.
Well, when it's being put into the available space, it travels into the available space instantly.
Oh,
Yeah.
You're overly pedantic. You're going to get in trouble with this. Leave that one go.
What's going on there?
But they don't.
We don't need play-by-play. We got it.
Work with C.
Yes, special relativity does work with C, dude. You don't know what you're talking about. No,
special relativity does work with C. What does that mean?
I say quantum mechanics doesn't work with it.
Yeah. What does that statement have to do? Yeah, the speed of light in special relativity, which is not a scientific theory, is the speed of light. It can't vary. That's it.
Oh, no, quantum mechanics works with C, Brian.
No, it doesn't.
Quantum mechanics works with C. What does that mean?
It also works with J and X and Z, apparently. I've just looked it up.
Do you?
Whatever that
dude,
is, it's not quantum mechanics.
What the? Who told you that? Did QE tell you that?
No.
Oh, shit. I didn't get to this part. Don't you be mentioning my name, you fucking idiot.
I'm swearing.
Oh, sorry about that.
You need to get QE here to debate me. That's what you need.
Debate you on what? Debate you on what, you clown? What do you want to debate? How many contradictions you can spit out in 30 seconds? Let's debate that. Or how quick you can lie. This is a bluff. Wow.
Years ago, a very, very good documentary where they went through the double slit.
Look at this Dunning-Kruger idiot. He thinks he's all that in a bag of chips. You think that bluff's going to work? How'd that work out for you the other day, by the way?
Experiment, not the demonstration. And they went through the quantum eraser and all that years ago.
Okay, let's move on. Let's move on. Let's move on.
2004, 2005, and I never forgot what they said in it.
Hey, Brian, can you admit that? Can you admit that?
1 second.
Go ahead, sorry.
QE has spoken with me, right, about it in the past. Yeah.
Yeah. Guess what? Guess what, Brian? You know why QE changed his position on Lite? Because 4 years.
Ooh, this is all about QE. I didn't even fucking know it. Let's go back. I want to hear this.
No, let's just play it through. I'm on it.
Okay.
Yeah. Guess what? Guess what, Brian? You know why QE changed his position on Lite? Because
when did I change my position on Lite?
You didn't. Let's play through. I want to hear the rest.
Because 4 years ago, we debated in 24/7.
I'm not making claims about QE's position.
No, but Brian, I want to tell you something.
Hold on.
4 years ago,
Pause.
we debated in.
I got it now.
Go ahead.
Okay, so chronologically speaking, he had already contradicted himself, and you'd already pointed it out at this stage. So this is projection, isn't it?
I don't have any idea what he's talking about. But
He's talking. You don't know because you haven't done this. He's done it. He's taken the. What did he call it when he was talking to me? The paradoxical position that he needs to use to make his point, or something like that. Yeah, he's projecting. But because you're not there, he can't project onto Brian. Brian will call him out on it. So he's projecting his repositioning of the distance of the travel of light to I don't claim light travels. That's him changing his position. He's projecting it onto you.
So that's weird.
24/7 because we disagreed about the photon and the electron. So I've had the same position for years, right? And then
told you.
You've had the same.
Told you. Called it. Yeah, told you. No, you haven't. Your position's changed radically. QE's pointed it out. Now he's saying he's like that psychopath that needs to project the very thing he's guilty of directly onto his opponent. It's Hillary Clinton time. So,
oh, I see. Yeah, I see where you're going with this.
Then we got in this big debate. He rage quit. He came back to me the next day and said, "You know what I was thinking? I think you."
Huh? What? You're a liar. That never happened.
Oh man. Can I make a quick point of historical record?
Yes.
After this event, Richard also claimed that he had this correspondence and he was going to divulge it. And people were saying, okay, do it. In fact, you yourself said to him, okay, do it. He never did it.
Was it in regards to
In other words,
this
he's claiming
specific?
receipts. And then when asked, oh, go ahead. Yes, this conversation. He's talking about this conversation you guys had after that quote unquote argument, debate, whatever it was. Basically, that you agreed with him and made these certain claims in his DMs. He was then pressed to provide that information, and he never did. And we went on for like 3 hours of him blabbering and never actually provided it.
Oh, now, yeah, the most recent where I tore his ass up with this electrical field theory on 24/7. This is the thing that he said he had.
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, that's what
I
he's referring
got
to.
you.
Yes.
I got you. Yes, I kept. He rephrased it. He didn't phrase it this way, though, did he? Yeah, I don't think he did. I think he phrased it in a different way because I didn't recognize it. I still don't recognize it. So he must have phrased it in a different way. Yes? Whatever.
Probably,
you may be right after all.
but it's also
It does.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. I started it. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I would be certain that he probably phrased it multiple different ways, but it's referring to the same thing.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
Came back to me the next day and said, "You know what I was thinking? I think you may be right after all. It does look like light might be instantaneous." After he debated with me that it wasn't, he came back and he said, "You know what? I think you're right. That's why QE told you it was instant." Literally, because I corrected him in his.
He's a good delusional liar. You clown. Where's the electrons in this?
His photon claim. So we can move on now. We can move on now to electrostat.
Marisa, have you got any evidence for that as well?
Ask him, and I bet you he'll lie about it. But the reason
There you go.
Yeah. Too funny.
I don't have evidence for it. The reason
I don't have evidence for it. My God, man.
I don't have evidence for it is because it was a conversation on Discord, and my Discord channel got nuked. My account got nuked. Ask him and see if
What your Discord channel?
Throwing a non sequitur.
Yeah. What does that have to do with the 24/7? This conversation went on 24/7.
It doesn't. It's non sequitur.
It's non sequitur. Exactly. What the heck? He's flailing bad.
If he'll lie, though, I don't lie. I have no reason.
I don't lie. Oh, yes, you do. Yes, you do. We've caught you numerous times, by the way. There'll probably be more tomorrow.
A lie. I'll bet you it's still recorded in 24/7's logs.
I just want to add something.
Well, go get it.
So,
good.
When I've called it, this is projection, right? No, everybody lies, right? That's the first thing. Everybody lies. But the people who need to point out that they don't lie are the people who are caught in a lie at that very moment. So they need to make this declaration. Now, he's projected out his own ineptitude and lies when he contradicts himself in his position that he takes. So it is, exactly as I called earlier, pure projection, this entire stint, which is, 2 or 3 minutes for us responding to it, but it's only a 30-second section where he just projects out his own change of position, aka his lies that he's now having to tell about it, onto you, and then declaring himself so holy and not capable of lies. So that's the end of it. That's why I just wanted to wrap up that little bit.
Fair enough.
Well, he'll surely listen to this and he'll surely respond to that.
He came and messaged me, and QE, don't lie about it, bro. You can.
Yeah, I like it when points made by the person who's saying it. Great, thank you, Witsit.
Came and messaged me, and you told me, I'm talking to QE. QE, don't you lie.
I didn't evaluate this part. This is the first time I'm seeing it.
Yeah, QE, don't lie, QE.
This is pretty damn good shit.
Because we know you've been lying, taking me out of context. Hey, you tell the people.
Taking you out of context. Where? When? Go on. Go on now. You're not going to show. I got you.
People the truth. You reached out to me the day after we had a debate in 24/7 and apologized to me and said, "You know what? I owe you an apology. It looks like you may have been right."
So wouldn't he still have that message?
Is this a lie? Did you reach out? Let me just ask it as a question. Did you reach out to Witsit and offer him your apologies, QE?
Not that I recall. I don't remember a debate either.
Okay.
I think I'd remember that. Wouldn't he have the message if I messaged him?
I think he's inferring that you verbally spoke to him.
No. He said, hold on. Let's go back.
Don't you lie, because we know you've been lying, taking me out of context. Hey, you tell the people the truth. You reached out to me the day after we had a debate in 24/7 and apologized to me and said, you know what? I owe you an apology. It looks like you may have been right. I've been thinking about it, and I think Lite might be instantaneous after all, like you said. Tell the people the truth that you did that. Stop lying so much. Okay, now let's move
hang
to...
on. You can't.
Inferring you verbally said that to him. Said.
Oh, I thought he had the message. I thought before he sent him a message, and he messaged me.
Reached out to you and said.
Hold on. I want to get the whole thing.
And see if he'll lie, though. I don't lie. I have no reason to lie. I'll bet you it's still recorded in 24/7's logs.
Well, he'll surely listen to this, and he'll surely respond to that.
He came and messaged me, and QE, don't lie about it, bro. You came and messaged me, and you told me, I'm talking.
Okay, I was wrong. I didn't get that bit at the beginning. Okay, so it should have those messages then. Let's just see that's substantiated. But he's already weasel worded it in caveat. He said, hopefully Discord will still have those logs.
Yeah.
Oh, so unfortunate they don't have them anymore.
The burden of proof. That's what he was doing.
Well, hold on. I'll give you guys the facts. So the facts are, if they were in DMs, they would be in either Quantum Eraser's DMs or his account's DMs, Witsit. If they were in the 24/7 1.0, that server was nuked by Discord, so all message history is lost there. However, we do record our live stream, so it would be in our live stream logs in the past. But if it occurred after 2.0, then we could find it in our logs. So that's just the facts of how we could or couldn't find it. All right.
It sounds to me that I messaged him. That's a DM. That's what it sounded like to me.
You recall that?
Yes, listen. I succinctly recall in the last 3 a.m. 24/7 Discord encounter that. So he was claiming multiple times that he had specific DMs and he was holding them and he was about to release them and it's going to drop the bomb. And everyone was waiting for like 3 hours for that to happen. And it like never happened.
Yes, that's correct. That's how it went. Yes, because I kept on saying, so post them. Let's see them. Yep, I kept on saying that.
He's a liar.
He had the receipts, didn't he? Do you remember? I got the receipts.
Yes.
So Witset's a liar. So all these declarations of not being a liar is because he's doubling down on the lie he's already told.
Yep. And what would it matter anyway?
Who cares? Yeah, but the point is, you're very measured when you send a message about anything. You'd remember this. You've called him on him, suggesting you've done it, so it's not just your word against his. Okay, substantiate it, and he can't. That's the end of it. He's a liar.
Yep. Don't you lie, because we know you've been lying.
Look, he uses his both arms. I'm surprised they don't fall off his shoulders. But why? Do you see that? You see the rhythm? Watch.
And you told me, I'm talking to QE. QE, don't you lie, because we know you've been lying, taking me out of context.
You see him go back and forth between his pointing arm? I don't know. It's really creepy to me. I just wanted to point that out.
Who the hell is Quantum Eraser? Right? Seriously, that in a debate with somebody else, you bring up that QE conceded a particular point to you one time. What is this? This is baby school. Yeah. Well, your dad told me that actually I am better at physics than you, Brian. Just what happening here? QE conceded once, therefore I'm definitely right. What is this? Is that evidence?
No.
Yeah. There's a larger penumbra among the community, including globe earthers like Peter, the globe earth universe cuck, that majority of flat earthers are just quantum eraser script parrots. And so the source of all their knowledge is ultimately quantum erasers. So to address quantum eraser is to address the source and cut the snake off at the head, so to speak.
I don't think I've ever cited QE. There may be things that QE's informed me about that I would then cite, but I don't go, and QE said, that'd be spastic. Just as spastic it would be to say, well, QE conceded to me once on something.
It's a historic fallacy.
What he's doing there is he's trying to turn this into, I'm just QE's lackey who's there because QE won't come and debate him himself. That was his whole. That's why I ended up in the debate with him, because he was looking for QE to debate him at the time. QE didn't want anything to do with him, and then he was looking for someone else on the FED panel, and he was talking a lot of rubbish. So I said, okay, I'll debate you again, and that's where I ended up in that debate in the first place. But here we're trying to reposition.
Look, I think we're all just getting a bit ahead of ourselves, right? Let me just boil this down as it is, right? This guy used to love you, QE. Like, really, he really did used to love you. So let's just whistle past this. We all know what's really going on here. It's a broken-hearted man appealing to his... Well, let's not say what it is. QE.
Is anyone going to comment on the use of the different arms and the rhythm he's got here? Can somebody do that for me, please? This is the whole point, all right? Pay attention.
Ask him and see if he'll lie, though. I don't lie. I have no reason to lie. I'll bet you it's still recorded in 24/7's logs.
How much you want to bet?
Well, he'll surely listen to this and he'll surely respond to that.
He came and messaged me, and QE, don't lie about it, bro. You came and messaged me, and you told me, I'm talking to QE. QE, don't you lie, because we know you've been lying, taking me out of context. Hey, you tell the people the truth.
You see that? That was pretty creepy. Left, right, left, right. He had a little rhythm going on there. What do you think about that? Never mind. We'll continue.
You reached out to me the day after we had.
Go ahead.
That's the internal pain. You see how animated he's become, not when he's talking about physics, but when he's talking about his old master.
He's the truth.
Yeah. What you look for, and I'm just parroting off pseudoscience from the behavioural panel, but I do agree to a certain degree, which is to say you're not really looking for how someone behaves in general, you're looking for deviation from the general behaviour. That is to say, Whitsitt's baseline is how he typically behaves when he's communicating. This behaviour is way off his baseline, isn't it?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. I knew I caught on to something. It gave my spidey sense went off.
24/7 and apologized to me and said, you know what? I owe you an apology. It looks like you may have been right. I've been thinking about it, and I think Lite might be instantaneous after all, like you said. Tell the people the truth that you did that.
No.
Stop lying so much.
Holy
okay, now
shit, that's an indictment.
Go ahead.
But it's not to say you are right. That's a two gentlemen discussing in a higher level this thing that you can't necessarily prove, but there might be something. Yeah, that's that you might be is not an admission of you are correct. You might have a point with they're not. They're postulations, aren't they? They're not.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you can see what he's doing here. He's trying to put QE down while also using QE as his foundation.
Yeah.
QE agreed with me, so it must be true. Yeah, QE is supposed to be a fraud.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I said.
Yeah.
Why is he citing QE? Whether he agreed or not, it's kind of a mute point.
It's mute.
Mute point, yeah.
Yeah.
There's always a subconscious pause there whenever I try to make sure I get it the wrong way around.
Yes. Correct.
Hang on a moment. You're claiming he's a lawyer. Now, you've just said...
Yeah, he is.
How did I lie? Even in his made-up scenario, in his feeble little hopscotch mind, did anyone hear the lie?
That light's instantaneous.
No, he said don't lie. I don't know what he's saying. Don't lie to.
Oh, he says he doesn't lie, so that's a lie. Yeah.
Yeah, but where's my lie? Did anyone hear where the lie was?
Yeah, you've said to him in the past that and apologise because light could be instantaneous.
How is that a lie?
I don't know.
I don't know. It stuck out to me. Where's the lie?
You don't insist the photon has a particular speed, do you? That we could fight. This is what I'm saying. It's not a conversation. It's going to be in a nuanced debate Well, you're not trying to win a point. You're just looking at some of the evidence there. Well, we haven't even got a speed of light. Okay.
The bigger thing. Sorry.
Well, no, go on.
I just want to say there's a bigger thing happening throughout this debate. He was denying quantum mechanics, right, and trying to state that quantum mechanics works with C, because he wants to be the guy who's claiming that light is instantaneous. And he's going to then somehow show how C is wrong and quantum mechanics then, because he's claiming UC is wrong and how he's correct. And that was the whole thing. That's why he was doing his best to try and strawman quantum mechanics with C, with the two-way speed of light calculation. Because he wants to be the instantaneous light guy, as if nobody else ever in the history of quantum mechanics or the world ever postulated that.
Yeah, but doesn't that destroy his own position?
Not if his position is every different position.
Oh, I get it now.
But surely a perturbation has to have a speed. It's by definition a transit through a medium. So therefore, how would it be instantaneous? It wouldn't be a perturbation then. It would be a transit, would it, through a medium? It'd just be from one side of the medium to its destination. Instantaneous. There is these contradictory positions. If you're going to invoke light as the medium, it creates a problem, doesn't it? And this is the trouble, you see. Whatever QE may or may not have said in even as a written formal apology, it's not worth anything. It's got nothing to do with his claims, unless, of course, what QE says he believes supports his position, which is kind of sad in its own way, isn't it, that he's citing QE? But that's what he should be doing. Not saying I got an apology from QE one day. He should be saying, this is why it's ether, Brian, look.
Exactly.
This is why it's so frustrating.
Yes. Actually, new and quantum eraser happened, right? Now, he hasn't responded to this yet. So, but you're already saying he's lying if he says something different than you.
No, I'm saying he's lying about other stuff.
He hasn't even responded to this yet.
Not lying about other stuff, sees like what? You haven't provided any evidence of this, there, clown show.
And you don't have evidence for this that you can produce.
Exactly. Way to get on it, Brian. Brian's all over this.
Right now. So you can't say that he.
What? What? Huh? What? What? Huh? Skeletor, you have to support what you say, you dumbass. What?
He's lying without producing evidence.
Well, no, I'm saying he lied about other stuff. I'm saying like.
Yeah, well, like, what other stuff? Yeah. What specifically?
Like, don't lie about this.
Have you got something?
Brian's trying to get him to provide evidence of what he just said. Go ahead, Brian.
Then you could produce.
Yeah. Produce?
Yeah, produce, yes.
Oh, produce? Oh, no. Couldn't actually produce any of the shit I'm babbling on about. Oh, silly price.
What do you think? Does he actually think that this is coherent? Boy, if he does, isn't that scary?
About this.
Have you got something then you could produce?
Yeah. Produce? Look, check this, Brian. Like, look.
Yeah.
Written words.
Yeah.
Out came the meat hooks. Oh, produce? You mean actually demonstrate with evidence? Oh, no.
You mean actually support claims?
No,
let me go on this call, man. Go on, Bryce. So.
It's quote unquote produce at that point.
Quote unquote produce.
I don't know where he got the quotation of me saying, "Oh, you can't use man-made instruments in an experiment."
Yeah, it's your voice. We've got that, haven't we?
I got that. Yes, I do.
Where did
yes,
we get that? We recorded you saying it with it.
Oh my God. This is gonna love this.
But I said that as a
You said that as a joke? Now he's lying to the panel again.
It's stand-up night, was it then?
Yep. Now he's lying to all you again because he told you in 1724 that exact thing. You all heard it a number of times, by the way. In fact, that was the big issue that no one protested. Remember?
Well, the thing about it is that what he's stating there by saying this, by saying that it was just a joke, is that anything he ever has said, does say now or will say publicly, is possibly just a joke.
Just a joke.
Yes. He's indicting himself.
Yeah, you're done. You're finished right here. Wait till I get to this part, man. Well, not like he's already dead, head cut off like 85 times.
Said that as a joke. Like I was making fun of how stupid it is to say that. I'm like,
you were making fun how stupid it is to say that when you said it.
I mean, that is an atrocious lie. We've all heard that excerpt. It's not presented like that. There was no witty one-liner. There was no tongue-in-cheekness to it. Yeah, it was an actual statement of dumbassery, wasn't it?
Yeah. In fact, he said the double slit experiment is not man-made. Is not an experiment because it's got a man-made device. Yep, that's his exact words.
oh, you can't make man-made instruments. You can't use man-made instruments.
You can't make man-made instruments? You better get your story right.
It's an experiment. He clipped that out. He clipped that out and went around and claimed I made that claim and that I.
You did.
You did.
Wait, whose voice was it?
We only played it a few days ago.
I'm stupid when literally I mocked it and was making fun of it. He took.
Oh, okay then. So who was he making fun of then? Who was he making? He can't be making fun of QE because if he's going to claim it's a joke, he's supporting you at this point, isn't he? Yeah, in his satirical way. Yeah, which he's claiming now. So who is he taking the piss out of when he says, "Oh, you can't call that an experiment because the equipment's man-made"? Is it Jaron he was ripping the piss out of then? Yeah, and calling an idiot. If that's how he's saying he was using that, who was he ridiculing? His best buddy.
Exactly, Alan.
Yeah, that's pretty stupid. Yeah.
Took it out when the
It's a
sentence
shit
before and after.
defense, you see, because it's an off-the-cuff defense that he's not really thought through the implications. So to defend himself from his stupidity, he's thrown his mate under the bus, or he hasn't realised what. Therefore, he's paying you a compliment and actually saying you're right. Yeah, because he's just making it up. It's MSU time.
Yep. He's not thought through this. He's just off the cuff. He's shitsing it. Right? You think this is going to fly? You're done.
And that I'm stupid when literally I mocked it and was making fun of it. He took it out
of context
when the sentence before and after is me making fun of it. Is that lying?
Really? Well, we're all going to hear it when this pops up. Oh boy. Oh boy. You're done for.
Lying, Brian?
Say that to me last year.
Hey, is that lying, Brian?
Oh, Brian said you said that to me last year.
He was joking.
He was just joking.
Are you sure you didn't say that to me last year?
Yeah, you did say
Look at them eyebrows.
Yeah. Did you see that?
I went down the whole back of his head.
When the sentence before and after is me making fun of it. Is that lying, Brian?
You didn't say that to me last year.
Hey, is that lying, Brian?
Yeah.
Are you sure you didn't say that to me last year?
That you no.
I think he did say that to me when he invited me over onto his channel. I think he did say that to me that time as well.
He did. Yep, he did.
I was being sarcastic because
he was being sarcastic. Now it wasn't jokes.
Let's go find that.
You guys.
This is an indictment, a bullshit defense, of which the bullshit defense is about to be he's citing the time, so fine, let's find him because he was just being sarcastic.
Yep.
Check.
No, he wasn't.
I say that.
He wasn't being sarcastic.
Well, we know that.
We don't.
I was being
We don't
sarcastic.
say that you can't use man. You can't do an experiment without man-made objects.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You guys switched around, but every time, which I'll prove it right now. When we talk about electrostatics, what you'll say,
you guys, do you see other people with Brian? Aren't you talking to Brian? What do you mean, you guys? Are you delusional?
is, oh, where's the Van de Graaff generator in nature? That's exactly what you're gonna say. So,
whoa, right. So this again is the retardedness that he puts in. Yeah, the straw man nonsense. Yeah, that's exactly what we're going to say. We've actually said the opposite, haven't we? Proving it. And is it not just like a mini lightning maker?
No, he's got the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable. That the Van de Graaff generator is not the natural phenomena, you glue sniffer. That's how stupid this is. He's a moron.
And it's not recreating a natural phenomena either. That's what he's trying to insert.
Yep.
So what I say without, I mean, the audience will hear what I say, and you'll hear what I say when I say it.
That, but you said that in that debate that you just brought up.
Preempt. Why do you feel there's such a need to preempt?
Well, we can move on.
I don't need
what? What?
No,
do you agree it's this?
No, we don't want to move on.
No.
You're a liar.
It's honest to take me out of context where
take you out of context. Well, we're gonna see. We're gonna see if I took you out of context. You're finished.
I'm making fun of how goofy it is to say that you can't.
He's making fun. Didn't sound like you were making fun of it.
Use man-made instruments in an experiment, and then to run around for over a year and claim that that was my claim.
Oh, okay. Can you get the audio of one of you saying
he didn't cite that one conveniently because he knows.
Yes, I did. I had the audio.
You see what it's all about, though, look. You tell your Uncle QE.
Yeah. Knows he's lying. So I don't know.
This is proper butthurt, not about anything other than you.
Yep.
Over a year and claim that that was my claim.
Oh, okay. Can you get the audio of one of you saying
he didn't cite that one conveniently because he knows he's lying. So
cite the audio. Did he ask for a citation of the audio you played?
Yeah, the audio clip is citation. Yeah, because it's not. It's just audio that he won't get.
It's audio. It's the audio between Brian and Whitsitt over a year ago.
Yeah, but you played that, and he's saying you didn't cite it, but you played it.
Yeah.
I don't know where it's at. From FED. Just 1 second. QE played it from FED, but I'm pretty sure he said that to me when I was talking to him on his own channel also.
He did. That's the one he's complaining about, but he's unaware of that. So the one he's complaining about is the one where you had a discussion with him, and he said that he made the comment about man-made device. It's around that time. It's either with you or with Jaron. I can't recall. Yeah. It's been so long.
I'm pretty sure he said it to me when I was over on his channel, but he definitely said it on FED because we played it.
I know what it was. It was because I didn't watch that. I watched Jaron's rerun of that, and Jaron was commenting on it. That's what it was. That's exactly what it was. Yeah.
Can you get the audio of where you said it? Who you said it to?
Brian, don't you remember in our conversation I very clearly stated that you have to use man-made instruments?
No, you didn't say that. Do you have the audio?
I remember something about that, but I'd have to listen to it again because I don't remember everything that was in that conversation.
It was because you said Van de Graaff generators aren't in nature.
I can't say either way because I haven't listened back to it.
Let's just move to electrostatics. We've been here for a while.
No, pussy. Let's just move. I bet you want to move.
No? Yeah.
1 second.
Because Brian said what? Because Brian said Van de Graaff generators aren't in nature. Well, that would be great, wouldn't it? That would be correct. So if the natural observed thermometer is a Van de Graaff generator.
Exactly. He has the wrong fossils on the wrong syllable.
He doesn't know This is a year or so ago. This is the time of Jaren not knowing scientific method. He's demonstrating he doesn't know what he's actually talking about. Hence, he'll throw a nonsense accusation that only goes further to demonstrate he doesn't know what he's actually talking about.
Yep. Yes, sir.
You know, right, that when you said that it was taken out of context and used dishonestly, right? So you should be able to get audio that supports this.
No.
No. No, I could just make baseless assertion fallacy after baseless assertion fallacy. What are you doing? Brian, are you asking me to support my claims? What the hell? Do you see this, audience? Do you see what I have to put up with? Yeah. You imbecile.
Nuh-uh.
Quantum eraser can get the audio that you're saying misrepresents you, then the audio exists and you can get it and show how he's wrong.
You know the difference, Brian, is QE sits there and obsessively listens to many hours of me talking. That's where he got most of his numpty clips.
Did he just brag on being a numpty?
Yeah, he's retarded. You know where he gets all these stupid things that people say? He sits down and listens to me. He's what he just said.
Sits down and listens to me.
Give us a J.
Give us a... I'll give you 2. Get the full thing. There we go.
So you should be able to get audio that supports this.
No.
Because if Quantum Eraser can get the audio that you're saying misrepresents you, then the audio exists and you can get it and show how he's wrong.
You know the difference, Brian, is QE sits there and obsessively listens to many hours of me talking. That's where he got most of his numpty clips.
Put the 2 sentences the other way round. This is where he got most of his numpty clips, by sitting down and listening to me for many hours.
Because, QE used to be my biggest fan. So he used to be like,
oh, that's a claim. All right, fanboy.
This has provided much more entertainment for me. I never got this far. Thanks.
But you didn't listen.
This isn't affecting my ego whatsoever.
I was listening to
You're his fanboy. Have you got a Witsit badge still? Are you a channel member?
No, sir.
Not much of a fan.
I never claimed to be.
most of his numpty clips because QE used to be my biggest fan. So he used to be like, I was listening to you talk to those people over in or whatever debate channel gyms or Earth Awakening, whatever. He's like, I was listening for 7 hours. It took me forever, but I found these clips. You have them saying the stupidest stuff ever. He used all my clips.
Not yours. I used a couple of them.
So I don't do that. I don't have time for that, Brian. I don't have time to look through hours and hours and hours of conversation.
Of bullshit. I did. And I found the bullshit.
Conversations. If QE would like to provide the citation of that clip, I know exactly.
Provide a citation of that clip.
He's saying it's wrong, right? It's out of context. So it's him to prove it.
Yes.
Well, it seems like he's asking for the citation of citation. I guess. What the hell is...
What the hell is wrong with him? You got a couple hours?
Exactly what I was saying. I've said it a few times. I say my little laugh, like I mock. I'm like, oh.
I say my little laugh. Makes perfect. Look at this fucking clown. Sorry.
But we can't use man-made instruments in experiments. Man-made instruments.
Man-made instruments in experiments and man-made what?
Excuse me, guys. I think Diego's off mute and making a lot of noise.
Get on mute, Diego.
He's playing hot for teacher.
Okay, what he's playing with? Mute up.
It's a motorbike.
Sorry.
All right. We good? Let's roll
Good.
on. roll on to?
Making fun of that claim because that's what everyone says to me about the Van de Graaff generator, which is stupid.
Yeah.
That's the instrument we're using to manipulate the IV, right?
Hold up. Is the IV electrostatics?
That's the instrument we're using to manipulate the IV. What the fuck does that mean? What the hell is that? What's the IV? My God.
Hey,
You don't have, the Van de Graaff generator is not. What's the DV?
that things go up or down. The same DV that's
So
That
if
thing-
Van de Graaff generator, then things go up and down. Did you just say that?
Yes, he did.
If you manipulate the Van de Graaff generator, things go up and down.
I like it. Like frogs.
Wait a second. Pen just went up and went down. Where's the Van de Graaff generator at?
It's non-manifest.
What a clown. Look at him.
a sleeping warrior had in his experiment.
Yeah, but he.
As Sleeping Warrior had in his experiment, did he have a Van de Graaff generator in his experiment?
No, he took the piss by strapping a car battery to his egg buoyancy. Yeah, to take the piss out of Bob. Is that what he's on about? Oh, look, when I strap a car battery to it, the egg doesn't make any difference. So we can say it's. Is that what he's on about?
I have no idea.
That's called irony and sarcasm, Witsit. Yeah.
Proved it with an experiment. The Van de Graaff generator doesn't change the polarity of anything. It prevents. Well, it creates a charge, possibly an ionic wind.
That was it.
causes
Yeah.
very small pieces of matter.
This is important, isn't it? Because remember what they were claiming here, that it's the Earth's polarity that defines up or down. Therefore, if you get a Van de Graaff generator, you can change the polarity of things and have an anti-gravitational device because things will fall up because of their inherent downward bias based on their polarity. Reverse the polarity, things will have an inherent upward bias.
Well, you know, Adam, if you put enough charge into anything, it will explode upwards, but it'll explode. So
even a frog. That's messy.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, it'll get messy. Yes.
Now you're getting silly.
It doesn't cause something to go up. It causes a levitation. So it's preventing those small pieces of matter from going down, which is where they would be going if they weren't being prevented.
No, it does
The
make things
helium
go.
balloon in Zachary Zabala's helium balloon tied to a cable. There's a charge being put through the cable. The cable is affected. So because the helium balloon is tied to the cable, it's preventing the helium balloon from going up. All the Van de Graaff generator and the thing with the helium.
So that was another great Ethereum experiment. To prove the ether, take a electric cable, tie it to a balloon, all right, and plug the cable in, leave the balloon there at rest, then switch on the electric cable. If you see any movement in the balloon, ether.
Oh my God.
Helium balloon is doing is preventing something from going down or something from going up. Not changing polarity of anything.
Okay, so things fall up or down, right? And the
pause. Retarded. I was taking the piss when I said things falling up. You said it as a statement of fact. Or were you being just joking again?
He was Adam's taking a piss. You made a statement of fact. What the same thing? You're delusional, dude. Shit's it. Oh my God, dude. This is a gem. It's just it's like a gift that keeps on giving. I love this thing. I'm gonna be listening to this all weekend after Ballbusters.
The question is, what causes it to even invoke density? To even invoke density in the first place, you're invoking electrostatics because you're.
Holy shit!
Oh my God! By giving him all this information about electrostatics, what it was like a Trojan horse, wasn't it?
You did this to him, huh?
Yeah, I did, but unwittingly. But
I was
maybe
saying this.
maybe my subconscious knew.
I also blame QE.
If I didn't give all this stuff to him, then we wouldn't have it
Is
to
this
laugh at.
is this why we need something that will produce static electricity so that we can demonstrate electrostatics?
I guess that's where he's going. Who knows? Let's see.
You're saying
Yeah,
like
molecular model.
let's go through this one by one. Do you agree that okay, here's my question. If an
Okay, is this an agreement ladder?
They think it is.
object is more dense than its medium,
Can we
does
at
it
least
have a
agree on that? This is sorry.
downward bias?
If it's more dense than the medium, it will go down.
Does it have a downward bias?
If it's more dense, yeah, just like in air. Most things are more dense than air, with the
Oh, okay.
exception of a few gases. Everything else is more dense than air.
Okay, so if it's more dense than the medium, it has a downward bias.
I mean, seriously,
Oh
Brian.
yeah, absolutely.
Unbelievable, Brian, to make that kind of claim. Can you support that?
Structurally.
Yes.
Okay, here's helium. Here's helium. Is it going because it's lighter than the rest of the air? Is it just going up, all the helium?
It's falling up, duh.
Well,
No, you missed it, Nathan. Brian, can you support that? Nathan said structurally.
oh, you bitch! Okay.
I'm just working on dividing meters into kilometers here. Just give me a sec.
Well,
Okay.
it doesn't have a downward bias. It's just not going to. It's going to go down, not up, basically.
Wait, it doesn't have a downward bias.
Well, I suppose bias is the correct word.
Bias. Inanimate objects don't have biases. Look up the term bias, you moron.
Under those, yeah,
Right.
under those circumstances, yeah.
Right, it has
Bias
a preference to
But
go
when I say
down.
Inanimate objects don't have preferences either. Glue sniffer.
well,
If
when
you
you
got
say
a coffee
bias,
cup, right,
it's not as
on
if-
your table, and he said to you, well, "Are you happy there?" And he'd probably go, "I'd sooner go down."
But I prefer up.
it's choosing.
If
to go
only
down.
one day
It's
I
like
could
it's-
go up, but I'm so
going down 'cause
biased,
it's-
I never will.
There's nothing there to support it.
Okay,
It
so
can't be
yeah, it has a,
supported. There isn't enough density resistance to support it.
it has a tendency down, a preferred
hasn't
direction
got
of
one.
down.
If I've got a coffee cup on my table, it's not going to do anything, is it? It's not going to do
Hold on,
anything.
let me ask my coffee table. Hey, coffee table. You partial to any given direction? Yes, Nathan. I like a bit of sideways.
Yeah, stinky bugger.
I like when he does that. Nature, is he a complete wanker? I can't do it like you. It's outstanding. Thanks for that.
Well,
so-
my phone will fall down anyhow, but it won't fall down in Mercury.
Oh, okay, so when an
Wait.
object's more dense than the medium it's in, it has a downward bias.
It just comes around to his same vomit again.
Yeah, and if it's less dense, it's going to have an upward bias.
The Jedi mind tricked Brian after he said it like 30 times. Now he's getting Brian saying it. Brian, I thought you said it didn't have a bias, but now it has biases.
No, I'll come back in a second. Pete. Sorry, I can't talk for a minute.
Okay.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, you agree?
So, yes. So when this object is more dense, my phone, right, and it goes down because it has a downward bias, do you agree that I
Because it has a downward bias.
can introduce something else that will make the phone go up, like acoustic levitation or
Do you know what would be
Magnetic
an excellent
levitation.
combat to this?
What?
It's total shite. It's complete nonsense. But a good response to this complete shite that he's trying to get an agreement ladder with is to agree, but then add on Well, therefore, no ether. Just throw it in randomly, like he does with his question proofs. So go, yeah, you're right. What was it? What was the last nonsense he spewed? Repeat that verbatim, but then add on, therefore, no ether. Just see what he says.
Yeah. We don't get ether pooling, do we?
You've caught on to these question proofs, haven't you?
What else would explain it?
Yeah, because I kept saying that years ago, right? And people would snicker, but now you're on it. You've heard many question proofs, haven't you? Yeah.
I can make.
You're welcome, by the way.
Oh, it's a gem.
It go up, even though it has a downward bias.
Yeah, but you're not changing the polarity or the reason.
Oh, I'm just saying, do you agree that something can go up even though it has a downward bias?
What
the hell? You agree that something can go up even though it's going down, do you, Brian? Why didn't you agree to such reasonable terms, Brian?
I hope I did.
Man, I threw
That
this
doesn't
ball
sound like something I'd
up.
agree to. Sorry.
I threw this ball up and it wanted to go down, but I threw it up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you have a Van de Graaff generator?
Yeah, I would love to see him try to make his phone levitate.
The Van de Graaff generator, that you can create a levitation, right? A levitation, which is a prevention of the thing going down. A levitation of very small pieces of matter. You can create a levitation. But that's just...
Are you saying you could create a levitation, Brian?
Yeah.
Prevention. That is not a changing of polarity.
My question's simple though. Like, if an object's more dense than the medium, it has a downward bias. I can make my phone levitate if I used enough acoustic.
Let's see that shit.
Show.
Enough acoustic.
That's
What about
exciting,
an
isn't it?
electric guitar?
By getting up fat opera singers.
He's admitting it's a levitation now.
All right.
Hold on a second, Adam. I
With the
don't think if you gather together opera singers, they form a medium. I'm just going to be honest about this.
I think I've got the receipts. Huey admitted this to me once.
You don't have a medium of opera singers. There is no opera singer medium. They don't form mediums when they clump together. Opera singers don't do that. They don't have that property.
You can get an opera wave.
Opera wave.
Yeah,
Acoustic levitation and magnetic levitation, I 100% can.
Acoustic levitation, magnetic levitation, are they the same thing?
Look, Huey, you could just drop a stick on a bit of water, but it needs to sound more elaborate, okay? Shh, get off his case.
I don't know.
Are any of them a polarity change?
Stick's positively charged, water's negatively charged.
Oh, brother. You guys all do this. Either say something or shut the hell up.
There's so much bullshit to digest and so many to attack. Sometimes it takes a second to digest the bullshit to realize how bad it is. So we've now gone to acoustic levitation, which is fundamentally what? Changing the density of the medium you're in.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's also magnetic levitation. Same thing. According to him.
I have a really good thing to add to this, but it's not in this video. So if you don't want me to, I won't.
Don't
do it then. Just tease it.
Yes. Well, that's what women do. I mean, she's just following her natural environs.
Now, what we're supposed to do now is go, no, Flashy, tell us, please.
Yeah. Go ahead, tell us.
Okay. Somebody tried to prove a downward bias with or a bias of direction with the word anisotropy or anisotropy. How do you say it?
And you almost Jedi mind tricked me.
Yeah, they were like that displays a preferred direction, and I was like, no, it doesn't. What? It's just a different measurement in any given direction, not a preferred direction.
Thanks, Platsy.
Two magnets, you could probably make it levitate. Yeah, but anything
Okay,
magnet.
okay. I'm just trying to make a point, dude. This isn't about electrostatics yet. So then we have to concede that even though this object has a downward bias,
About
it's
what?
more dense.
Hold up.
It's in the air.
Electrostatics.
Sorry, Adam. I prematurely ejaculated and hit the play button.
No. Just again, it's not about electrostatics yet. I look forward to it. Does he define what electrostatics is ever, Brian?
No, see, before any of this happened, Adam, when I was originally speaking with him, when I first debated him, he was claiming electrostatics to me were static electricity. And when I was speaking to him, I think on his own channel, that's how he was referring to electrostatics. I actually didn't know that he was just referring to inter and intramolecular bonds. I didn't know that at the time.
He's reifying electrons. We're going to play then.
Sorry about that. Give me 1 minute.
Good.
I knew it. He was
I
taking
was gonna
advantage. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to make a joke and say when I flip my electromagnet, it falls up at 9.8 meters per second.
I think it's funny when QE steps away like that and leaves the room silent, like as if he was expecting us not to go silent. It's usually not a bad prediction that we'll keep talking, but he's always wrong when he walks away.
Here we go. To concede that even though this object has a downward bias, because it's more dense in the air, it can still go up. And so just because something goes up doesn't mean that they're...
Hold up. How the hell can it go up?
I have no idea.
It doesn't.
If it's on an airplane.
There's not a downward bias present, right?
Okay. But I can cause
Hold on. So is he now saying that his phone's not averse to going up, but if asked at a push, it'd prefer to go down? But if it has to go up, it will do.
Yes. He's a moron.
This is my phone. I'm causing it to go up. Now I'm holding it up there. That's the same thing. That's not going to stop the fact that
Brian's
once I let it go,
What is this second grade retardville?
Going to go down. I'm preventing it from going down.
Okay. So whenever people say, is there a downward bias? And I say yes, and then Oakley or whoever starts screaming about
Oakley.
What
is Oakley?
He's pretty much displaying that his contention is with people and not the arguments.
Yeah, he's butthurt. Where did Nathan touch you?
If
helium balloons go up or gas goes up, so there is no downward bias, that's pretty stupid, right? Because something can go up even if there is a downward bias.
Not if you don't.
Huh?
What? See what happened, Brian? Because you conceded to downward bias. We've got to vomit every time he starts a sentence now.
Yeah.
No, what happened?
Yeah, we know what happened. You don't try to recreate or rewrite history. We know what happened. You agreed with the bias.
The bias out of there, but that's because of my understanding of the word bias.
And with that, I'm going to say another huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.